to the Salt Lake City Planning Commission meeting of December 9th, 2020 at 5:30. And this meeting will not have an anchor location at the Salt City and County building. So I'm going to read a statement concerning a declaration. I, Brenda Shear, Chair of the Salt Lake City Planning Commission, hereby determine that conducting the Planning Commission meeting at an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. The World Health Organization, the President of the United States, the Governor of Utah, the Salt Lake County Health Department, Salt Lake County Mayor, and Mayor of Salt Lake City have all recognized a global pandemic exists related to the new strain of the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2. Due to the state of emergency caused by the global pandemic, I find that conducting a meeting at an anchor location under the current state of public health emergency constitutes a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the location. Okay. So, Michaela, do you want to, or Molly, do you want to show how people can
participate
again, please?
Absolutely. Marlene, would you mind sharing that intro screen? Thank you.
Sure, give me 1 second.
You got it. Thank you. For those of you that may be watching or maybe in the attendees list watching, and if you'd like to participate in tonight's Planning Commission, you can join this meeting by inputting this link into your web browser, or you can visit our website. It's www.slc.gov/public-meetings/Planning Commission agendas minutes. If you click on the December 9th Planning Commission agenda, you can follow the WebEx link. We also have some handy dandy viewing instructions for how to join a virtual meeting. It provides step-by-step instructions. We have several staff that are monitoring email. If you are sending in comments, if you're not participating as far as taking your 2 minutes during the public hearing, and you'd like to send in comments to be read into the record, please send them to planning.comments@slcgov.com. If you need some help with joining this meeting in any fashion, we would love to help you. Please email us again at that email address, and we will do our best to try to get you on or to take your comments. If you're joining the meeting, we will ask if anyone would like to speak to an item. Marlene, can you just scroll down to the little hand? There will be a hand on your screen. It's really small in a little red box. I really wish that they would make it bigger. You can see it circled in yellow. That is what you hit so that we see a little hand come up, and then we will know that you want to speak to that item. It looks like we have a number of members and waiting in the attendees list. So popping that hand up if you'd like to speak so that we can call on you, and putting that hand down when you're done speaking really helps us move the meeting forward, and it helps us call on you so that you get to participate this evening. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michaela. Do we have the OPMA training right now, or is that's on the agenda?
We could do it now, but we have kind of a full agenda, and having members of the public sit through that torturous event.
Okay, so we'll move that to the end of the agenda.
That makes sense to me.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go for approval of the minutes of both of the November 18th and December 2nd.
Pardon me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Michaela, could you please promote Matt Lyon to a panelist, please? He's in the attendees list.
Thank you. And I see Matt has his hand up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure.
Welcome.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes of November 18th and December 2nd?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Who was on the second?
Crystal.
Crystal. Okay, I have a motion from Sarah and a second from Crystal. Is there, so we'll go to a roll call right now. Let's see if I can catch who's actually on here. So we have Sarah,
Yes.
Crystal,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
John,
Abstain.
let's see, Adrian,
Yes.
who else is on here? Is that everybody? Yes, I guess so. Okay. So the motion passes and the minutes are approved. Now it's time for the report of the chair and the vice chair, and I do not have anything to report. Amy?
I don't have anything either.
And do we have a report from the director?
I don't have anything to report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, so we will seeing a very full agenda tonight, and I want to very much welcome everybody who came out to the Planning Commission this evening, and it's going to be a nice long discussion. So we're going to start with Bishop Place, formerly the Quince, planned development and subdivision at approximately 432 North 300 West. This is a planned development as well as a subdivision. The planned development number is PLN SUB. No, that's not right. Okay. PLN SUB 2019-01159. And the subdivision is PLN SUB 2019-01160. And I believe Lex Tauber will be presenting.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Is it full screen or is it not?
It's not full screen.
Okay, let's see. Do something with that. How about now?
Yes,
Okay.
that looks great.
Perfect, thank you. So this is a request from Paul Garbett with Garbett Homes. He submitted applications for plan development and preliminary subdivision approval. This project's located in a historic district, and the project consists of a single-family attached residential development of 24 dwelling units in a configuration of 6 separate buildings. It's located at approximately 432 North 300 West. It's Bishop Place. It's a private street. Currently, the properties associated with the development are occupied by mostly abandoned structures. They have been approved for demolition. This project before you tonight is kind of the culmination of a very, very, very long process, starting with requests for demolition, an economic hardship panel. Most recently, the proposal that you have before you tonight was heard by the Historic Landmark Commission. In October, the Landmark Commission considered the new construction in the historic district to include the layout of the subdivision as well as the design of the units. And they also entertained a request for several special exceptions that they also approved. Let's see here. This project is located here on 300 West, just to get you oriented. This is West High School, and this is 300 West, and this little blue dot is where the project is located. This is a rendering of what the units will eventually look like, and you have this rendering as well as several others in your staff report. And this is the layout. This is the layout that the Landmark Commission approved as part of the new construction. You as the Planning Commission have the jurisdiction over approving subdivision. And that's one of the things that you're being asked to do tonight. This is the layout. We have the applicant here tonight. I'm going to let them really explain the project to you. Since the time of that the staff report went out, I did receive a couple of written comments from the public that were forwarded to you. They were placed in your Dropbox. I hope you had an opportunity to look at those. We have provided a detailed staff report, including an analysis of all the standards for the plan development and the subdivision. And we feel that the applicant has met those standards. And at this time, we recommend that you approve the proposal as requested, as outlined in the staff report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to entertain those for you.
Brenda, you're muted.
So what we are looking at is the subdivision itself and the plan development approval.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And let me just add something real quick. They're required to go through plan development because Bishop Place is a private street, and so under our code, these proposed properties don't have public street frontage.
Right. So the many other things have already been approved by the Historic Landmark Commission. Is
That's
that
correct.
So things
That's
like
correct.
how much parking or how high the buildings are, or what they look like, are not on our agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So do we have the applicant? Is there anyone else who has questions for Lex right now before we go on to the applicant's presentation? Anyone else on the Planning Commission?
Matt, you have your hand up.
No, sorry, it was up before and I've never really figured out how to lower it. Still up.
Okay. Okay. So can we ask the applicant then to go ahead and present?
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present to you.
And Lex, we're still looking at your screen.
And I'm trying to figure out how to unshare that. I'm so sorry. I'm
Just
having
hover on
technical
the
issues.
top, hover on the center top, and then this orange bar will come down and you can stop sharing.
And I have lost my, let's see. There we go.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes. So Paul Garbett.
Yeah, I have a PDF that I'd like to be able to share with you if that's okay. It's not allowing me to do that yet on the WebEx screen.
Hold on just a second, and Michaela will transfer the presenter.
Oh, there it goes. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, okay. Okay, here we are. So our proposed development is named Bishop Place, as Lex already said. I feel like we're already kind of oriented to where it is. Something that I wanted to go over with the Planning Commission is, one of the reasons we're able to get one of the requirements that we fulfill for this plan development is that we are building high performance, energy efficient homes. And I just wanted to go over some of those features. So these homes will be wired for solar. That means it's all set up. What happens once the buyer purchases and moves in, then they can choose their solar provider, and it'll be a really smooth process to put solar and renewable energy on top of their homes. When we talk about sustainable homes, actually one of the things that gives you the greatest bang for your buck is the increased insulation, and this is kind of a hallmark of Garbett Homes. All of the exterior walls are framed with 12 2x6 studs, and what that does is creates a thicker wall that we can pack more insulation into, and really that insulation is what's key for a for a home. It heats faster, keeps its heat in better, and maintains cooler air in the summer. So that's one of the innovative framing techniques that we use. Also in every home is an ERV system. Because these homes are so tight mechanically, you actually need to circulate the air to keep them healthy, so that you're getting fresh air from outside. And so that's what this ERV system does. Is many times throughout the day, it's giving you new, clean, filtered air, which we've seen a lot of benefits with, particularly on these days that we get inversions like we're having today. It includes high performance windows, high performance heating and cooling, so really energy efficient furnaces, and water heaters, tankless water heaters, in fact. We also use as many eco-friendly materials as we can, and all of our homes are part of a Department of Energy program called Zero Energy Ready. And what that is a program that certifies that, yes, this home is built to a standard that is much higher than current codes require, and sets it up to become a zero energy home, which means you're set up to produce all the energy that you would need for your home. So it's not just us marketing and saying, look, our homes are energy efficient. It's actually certified by different programs, independently verified and tested. One of the things that is a hallmark to our homes is every home is measured, and every home gets a HERS score. And you may already be familiar with this, but just for those that aren't, the closer to 0 on this HERS score you get, the better, right? So if you have a HERS score of 0, you're producing all the energy that you're consuming. A typical new home built here in Salt Lake, here in Utah, would get in the 80s to 90s. Our homes are consistently coming in the low to mid 40s. So we are twice as energy efficient as our competitors. And it's not just us. We can actually, saying that and claiming it, it's actually a test that is done individually on each home. And it's something that we can compare and stand behind with confidence. So just an example here, some of the HERS scores from recent homes that we've built. It's a little bit fuzzy, but this is what the certificate looks like: a score of 41 and a score of 42. So these same type of homes will be that same level of energy efficiency. We also focus a lot on water efficient development by using indigenous plants, lower maintenance, to increase water savings, by having landscaping that's not only attractive, but smart and makes sense for the climate that we're in. So here's our site plan. Sorry, I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit. So as you can see, you enter from 300 West, and this is 432 North approximately. And this is actually one of the few remaining historic courtyards, right, off here in the city. And so we wanted to maintain that. You pull into the street here, you come in deeper, and we wanted to kind of create this courtyard feel, something that kind of has a naturally calming, slowing effect on traffic. Immediately as you enter, you recognize that you're coming into a community that that you're gonna experience the architecture and just a very tight-knit neighborhood feel. The buildings, so we have 2 duplexes here as you come in, and then the taller townhomes here towards the back. So this is, the HLC approved height variance, and that's these here in building 3 in the middle, and building 4 in the middle, and then alternating here in building 5 and building 6. One thing that we wanted to do was to foster, a sense of community within the project, and we've worked with Wasatch Community Gardens to design and implement a community garden. I think that's one of the things that we constantly hear about is just local production of food, and that brings advantages to residents where they can actually grow some herbs and vegetables and have those, but also create a better sense of community. So yeah, 24 townhome units. We're trying to keep these homes as attainable as possible. We estimate that they'll be in the mid to upper 4s, which for Salt Lake City is actually, the median, hitting that median home price. Moving on. One of the documents we prepared for the HLC was just showing a bird's eye view of the different trees that we were going to try and preserve that are there, take advantage of those old growth trees that are there and have great shading in combination with new trees that we'll be planning to replace the old ones that we had to tear down. This is a streetscape. We're trying to be respectful to the scale and the feel of the neighborhood. You'll see that above, this is the existing home. We took a lot of design cues from that and tried to, make a nod to what is there and what we're going to be replacing it with. So largely following the scale and feel of it. Again, here's another view of that as you're going along 300 West. And then these are a series of just renderings to show you what we're going to build. Kind of this fusion of a little modern interpretation of what is currently there. These they were basically worker shed housings for people who are working on the railroad, and we wanted to kind of take some of those cues and incorporate them into our design. So that's kind of where we get these gabled roofs and this mixture of material that you see along 300 West along the block there. And again, kind of this idea of taking the courtyard and activating it, making it a space where people can hang out. Kids can learn to ride their bikes here. Residents can meet and gather in these courtyards and foster greater development. We also have space in the backyard as kind of at least having some sort of private backyard where residents can barbecue and as well as let their dogs out and play a game of soccer. This rendering shows kind of the scale of what our project will look like. You can see the 2 duplexes here towards 300 West, and where we begin to introduce the height, we push that towards the back of the community to lessen the impact on the pedestrian view along 300 West. So kind of restrict that scale to the interior of the project, so it's not quite as jarring.
You have about 1 more minute, Paul.
Okay, thanks. And then some floor plans, 2-car garage, 1 bedroom here on the main level, and then a bedroom downstairs. One of our smaller units, 1-car garage with 2 bedrooms. And I'll just different variations of those. And here's colors and materials that we're going to be incorporating into the project. Kind of a color scheme, trying to keep it as varied and interesting as possible. One thing that the HLC commented on was that this district in Salt Lake City has a very unique feel. We wanted to be true to that and bring something to the community that's exciting and new, but also respects what is here currently. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. Sorry, Brenda, I think you're on mute.
So if any members of the commission have any questions for the applicant? at this time before we go to the public hearing? Okay. So I'm going to open up the public hearing now. And do we have any persons from the community council who wish to speak?
I don't see any members of the public with their hand up at this time.
Do we have any email from anyone?
Hey, Michaela, I see Zachary, is it Dussault has a hand up?
Zach just put his hand up. Zach, I'm calling on you right now. There you go, Zach.
Hi,
Thank you.
Zach Dussault speaking in favor of the project. I like seeing this kind of infill development. It's got good, like, kind of, not mid-block access, but it's able to utilize the inner parts of the block that kind of get neglected from what I've seen in some previous developments. And I just like that it's replacing lower density housing with higher density housing. I don't know if this stretch of 300 West is going to be along the redesign or not, but I know that 300 West is slated for that redesign and resurfacing that's happening next year. So hopefully that'll bring some more alternate modes of transportation to access the site. And just in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I don't see any members of the public with their hands up.
All righty then, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the planning commissioners for comments or questions. Or a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Crystal.
I think I have the right one up here. Can I make the plan development and the subdivision motion together, or do I need to make them separately?
It's on the motion sheet. They're listed together. Yes? Or am I reading
They
the
were
wrong one?
separately, but
They're listed separately in the motion sheet.
Thanks, Lex.
I'll make them separately then. So first, the plan development, based on the analysis and findings in the staff report that the standards for plan development have been substantially met. Testimony and the proposal presented, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for plan development located at approximately 432 North, 300 West, AKA Bishop's Place.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Crystal and a second from Matt. I'm going to go down the list now. Maureen,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
and Crystal.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Crystal, you want to do it again?
Sure, I'll make the subdivision motion. Based on the analysis and findings in the staff report that the standards for subdivision have been substantially met, testimony and the proposal presented, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for subdivision located at approximately 432 North, 300 West, AKA Bishop Place.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Was that Maureen? No, that was
Adrian.
Adrian. Thank you, Adrian. Okay, I have a motion from Crystal and a second from Adrian. Maureen,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Crystal.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, so we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. I can find the agenda. All righty. This is the Alta Depot Plan Development and Design Review at approximately 565 West, 100 South. The plan development is case number PLN PCM 2020-00221, and the design review is case number PLN PCM 2020-00220. So we have Lex again on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see my screen there, my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we can.
Super. This is a request from Studio PBA representing WP West Acquisitions. They're requesting plan development and design review approval for a 288-unit multifamily residential complex consisting of 4 stories of residential construction, and that's wrapped around a 5-story parking structure. And when I say wrapped around it, that means that the parking structure is internal to the building. It is located at 565 West, 100 South. It's in the GMU zoning district. The plan development is a requirement of the GMU. That's why you're seeing this. And the other reason that you're seeing this is because the applicant is requesting a modification to their exterior building materials, and that is through the design review process. Here's the location of the project. It's on the corner of 600 West and 100 South. And these are some renderings just to get you a little better oriented. This is the building on, this is 100 South. This is the mid-block walkway. So this is the fitness facility, rooftop patio, a swimming pool, things of that nature that are activating that mid-block walkway that runs north-south between 1st and 2nd South. This is the main entrance to the building here. This is the entrance to the parking garage. In this lower rendering here, you can see that a little bit better, just how that all works. Moving on 1st South towards the 6th West corner. Here again, fitness, main entrance to the building. This is a break in the building to give some variation in the buildings to make them appear more as 2 buildings, even though they are 1. Here's your corner. This is your detailed corner. This is also a building entrance. You've got balconies on the upper floors. This is a workspace area, and I'll let the applicant go into all the details of what that's about. And then going around the corner here on 600 West, this is what the building would look like. Here's your first floor plan, fitness center, entrance to the parking, main entrance, that corner. Here's your north-south mid-block walkway, which is existing. It's not activated at this point. It's actually fenced off. That once this is complete and these projects come online, this would be opened up for pedestrian passage. These are units along the mid-block walkway to have eyes on the walkway, to activate the walkway. I think it's a fantastic idea. They're also providing a mid-block walkway east-west, and this will connect with the Centro Civico project. And then I believe, I'm not sure if this is being developed this time, but you just approved a project down here on 1st South or 2nd South that Dave Gellner brought to you. And then there's another project here on that other corner. So this whole block is really coming together very nicely. Again, the key issue with this one is the materials. The GMU zoning district requires the following in relation to materials. It talks about 70% of the exterior materials, excluding the windows, be brick, masonry, textured or powdered concrete, and cut stone. The applicant has also proposed to use metal, corrugated metal, and sheet metal. And those elements on their exterior are really accents. Metal has been approved by the Planning Commission on adjacent projects, so we'll just mention that. I did receive some additional public comments that you have been forwarded. They are in your Dropbox. And I'm going to let the applicant go into the details, but based on the analysis and the findings, along with 3 conditions listed in the staff report, it's planning staff's opinion that the project generally meets the applicable standards, and those standards are the standards for the GMU, they're the standards for the plan development, they're also the standards for the design review. And we recommend that you approve this project as proposed, including that exterior building modification. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those for you.
Thank you, Lex. Does anybody from the Planning Commission have any questions for clarifications from Lex right now?
Yeah, I do. I noticed in the conditions of approval, I love that it says signage, lighting, and public art. And I'm just wondering, of course, I love the public art part, but is that a requirement in the GMU zone, or why is that there?
It's a requirement that's in the design review standards. And they have provided some information regarding the public art. Their public art is mainly going to be through that mid-block walkway that runs east-west, with some interesting seating areas, some like arbor type structures. They're doing some cool bike racks out on the streets with some seating areas. And we will review that along with the Arts Council at the time that they come back for a building permit, should this get approved.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else have any questions before we go on to the applicant? The applicant is here, I assume?
Mhm.
Okay. Can
Do you
we,
hear me okay?
yes?
Hi, my name is Robert Miller. I'm with Studio PBA. My
Robert,
share button,
you'll have about 10 minutes to make your presentation.
okay, my share button is not
Just-
yet.
Hold on one second. Just
Yeah.
need
Hold
to,
on a second, we'll get you there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
wasn't sure if I was giving it to you or to Clay. Here we go.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We appreciate your consideration on this matter. We're here to discuss Alta Depot, which is 288 unit multifamily apartment project, as Lex mentioned. The approval tonight is based upon several criteria, but the most extensive is the plan development objectives, where we have to meet at least one. It was the staff's opinion that we met 3 of them, and I will discuss how we meet all 3 of these: the mobility, the sustainability, and the master plan implementation during this presentation. The first one I will discuss is the mobility and master plan implementation, which is critically important in this area because we have, according to the master plan, this block has 2 requirements for mid-block pedestrian crossings. One that runs north-south in this location, part of which is actually on this property. We share 10 feet of that existing fire access area that was intended as the rest of this block develops to become the mid-block pedestrian crossing. So we share 10 feet of that space, that access for the fire department. And then the second one of which is to run east-west in the middle of the block. Centro Civico has implemented this leg of the mid-block walkway. So we have extended that mid-block walkway through our property through the middle of our property to connect to the north-south mid-block crossing. As you can see, currently the mid-block crossing that runs north-south dead ends into essentially a parking lot here. I understand that this has either been submitted for redevelopment or going to be submitted soon. So how this mid-block crossing, the north-south one, continues through the block will be a part of their submittal, I assume. So that's the lay of the land. So this is so look at the view on the bottom of the page first, which shows both that shared access drive and that north-south mid-block pedestrian way, and then our building and our proposed east-west crossing through our property. So what we did, so that you could better see that east-west crossing, we kind of took away the upper floors of the building, so you can see the mid-block crossing as it starts here in Centro Civico's parcel that's under construction now, and then comes through our site. We do bridge across it at 2 locations, here and here, but otherwise it is open. It is a minimum of 20 feet, 25 feet wide through our property. And then what we did to really energize and activate that space is put our community room in this location here. We have a lot of transparency here. We have a lot of glazing in this area, big glazing here as well. See into the community room and then through the community room to the pool that is beyond in this courtyard here. So we really create a lot of transparency, a lot of light, a lot of activity in the middle of this zone. Then also we have these private yards, as Lex described in his presentation. So we have units, and then each unit has a private yard that comes out to the edge then of that pedestrian walkway. Plenty of depth here, both patios and a door out here, as well as yard here for use by those ground floor residents. Certainly, I think the dog owners will love these units. We've seen these units being incredibly successful in other places we've done them with these kind of fenced-in yards. And you can see that activity in that edge here. Then as we come to the threshold at the north end of the pedestrian walkway, you can see here we have a yoga studio on the exterior. We have an building entry at this location. And then we have a double height fitness center here, once again, with just a lot of glazing, a lot of eyes, a lot of both activates that walkway as well as activates them 100 South. So I think just really exciting use of that opportunity that exists there with the mid-block crossing, as well as adding another one to the block and continuing the crossing through the block. There's just another view looking kind of the other direction, looking north here. Once again, you can see those patios. You can see the space that connects through to Civico. I think that their property actually aligns a little bit better than what we're showing graphically here. We were more focused on where their fire access turning apparatus was. So that's really what that's denoting. You can see the bridges coming across here. We have both a corridor here, so we have windows on this side that will look down, and then we do have a unit, a stack of 3 units on either side that look down into that mid-block crossing. Just another view, once again, looking at the length all along as we run north to south here, and then running east to west, connecting to the Civico Plaza area, the yards, et cetera, that we are providing on that mid-block crossing. So we're very excited about this. And then here's just a quick rendering of what that space will look like as you're walking through our project. With the community room there on the left, we have catenary lights that are strewn across to provide a nice ceiling, nice warm, gentle glow throughout the evening. Plenty of lighting to create a safe space in this area. Some of our public art that Lex mentioned is some of this seating in here and some of that activation here. We're not pulling a fire truck through here, so this can really be devoted to pedestrian amenities and have a nice scale to them, planters, et cetera, through this space. And then we have balconies that overlook into that space. So once again, just a really beautiful activated space. So that discusses the one component of mobility. Some other things that we're doing for mobility here is that we do have indoor bike storage. We have both a large zone for that, as well as individual storage lockers as well for bicycles. So we have several different types of bicycle storage here. We have a cyber cafe or a co-working type space. We actually have 2 of those spaces. I'll show you where those are in plan here pretty soon. We have a fitness center that is open 24/7, and we have EV charging stations in the project as well. So all those further enhance our mobility options.
Robert, you have about 2 minutes left.
Okay, great. On sustainability, we are targeting LEED certification. Alta Gateway, which is now Gateway 505, was sold a year or more ago, achieved platinum, and we developed and we're the architect of record for that project as well. So the minimum we look for is a LEED certification. We anticipate that this project would likely get gold at a minimum and may even get platinum as well. And once again, this is a reuse of a priority site as a brownfield development. There's existing cleanup and a plan that has been submitted with the state of Utah. Master plan implementation. So we have a lot of activation along the street, a lot of activation that leads people into the pedestrian mid-walk crossing. We've got this co-working leasing space here. We've got a mail room that has glass and transparency that allows you to see through to kind of our back courtyard. And then we have another co-working here at the corner and a main building entry right at that key critical corner, which is located here, a little bit of signage. So just another nice, exciting little space we're developing here. This co-working, as we're finding in our current situation, is very well used by residents. They love it. And we anticipate there to be plenty of occupants in those spaces. And then just continuing around the building, another little secondary entry here. And then you can see that co-working space there at the ground floor. And then just briefly on materials, once again, as Lex mentioned, we were very cognizant and intentional in terms of creating 2 separate, but languages that spoke a little bit to each other, but still created 2 separate languages for this building. So it didn't have the appearance of one big massive building that was filling up this part of the block. We have some deep recesses and gaps here. Once again, transparency that you can see all the way through, a little peekaboo to another courtyard and dog run area through this zone here. Some units at grade, but as you can see along 100, we have a great deal of activation and use for the project. And then just try to keep a very simple palette for each one of the buildings. So, total floor materials for each one of these buildings here. And then just a few accent pieces like at this gap up here at the rooftop deck, et cetera. So just pretty exciting stuff there. And then also another element of the master plan is the burial of these existing distribution lines. This costs several $1 million to bury and will be buried as a part of this project. So these distribution lines currently are impediment to other development. We're going to be burying those along our property boundary to get it so that can continue to be buried throughout the rest of the area. And with that, I am finished. So I'm open for any questions.
Great. So are there any questions for the applicant or clarifications before we move to the public hearing?
So where's the metal that's one of the...
So the corrugated metal is running in between these gaps here. So it's really this kind of lighter gray material on the elevations. It's only in this architecture. So if we go back to this sheet here, in this, we have none of the corrugated metal. It's only a complementary material that we're using in this architecture.
And then Robert, explain the use of metal on the building break.
So we also have not a corrugated metal, but a more of a flat panel metal that's being used here to really create a clean, simple building break here. We use it here once again as a kind of break material to really give the two different architectures a moment to breathe before we go to the next architecture.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Clarifications? So am I correct that the Central Civico mid-block walkway is not going to be open for a while?
I believe it will be open from day one. I don't represent them, so I'm not 100% certain, and maybe Lex can answer that as well. I believe it will be open. The issue we have currently is that this is closed off here at this location. So we can't connect through to it right now. So we're proposing a fence and a gate at this location until such time as this mid-block crossing is opened. Then we would be able to open this up. But right now, if the public came into here, they wouldn't be able to get onto this pedestrian crossing.
Right. Because presumably we'll have some construction there as well on the other side. Can you give us the facts again, just the how many units, how many parking spaces, how many bike spaces we have here?
Hang on one second. Let me get to my cheat sheet here. So we have 288 units. We have 373 parking spaces, which is 1.3 parking spaces per unit. And the bicycle parking, let's sing it right off the top. I believe it's a minimum of 20 covered spaces, but I believe we have more. Like this area right here is bicycle storage. So we have a considerable amount of it inside the garage.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for the applicant? Okay, let's move on to the public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Do we have anyone from the Community Council, downtown or otherwise, community councils or Downtown Alliance? Do we have anybody at all who wants to speak to this project?
I only see Zachary's hand up.
Okay. Well, let's hear from Zachary.
Molly, you're the host. Can you unmute Zach?
Go ahead, Zachary. You're unmuted.
Zachary Dussault. I'm going to start with my one positive. I like the mid-block walkways. The rest of it, I kind of hate. I hate the fact that this says above a 1-to-1 parking ratio. If this area had a transit score, it'd be 100. We're less than 2 blocks away from commuter rail. We're less than a block away from light rail. There's no reason we should have above a 1-to-1 parking ratio in this area. And I'm afraid that's outside the scope of this, what we're looking at here. Again, complying with transit demand strategies to increase the number of parking spaces allowed is madness. And I'm waiting for that parking ordinance to be passed so that we can stop having to deal with this. You shouldn't get to increase parking spaces by adding bike stalls. That's ridiculous. The previous, the project from previous past week that was approved on this block had a 0.5 parking ratio. I think this kind of exemplifies all the problems that the GMU district has. This is really just a parking deck surrounded by dorms. There's no mixed use in this at all, except for the co-working space. I think this is indicative of the problem of the Gateway District with things like the Hardware Apartments and the Fourth West Apartments. it's not a destination. It's just a place to go home and sleep. You don't go outside. You don't walk. There's nothing to do. It's just it's a mall, the Gateway, surrounded by all these dorms. And I feel like we're really missing out on a great opportunity here because of the great transit access of this neighborhood. It's just turning into a soulless warehouse where people go to sleep at night. And it's really disappointing. Again, I'm not sure how much this falls within your purview. I think mandating some mixed use along the outside of this, maybe some retail might fall into the design review purview, but I realize a lot of the rest of it's out of their hands, but that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Zach. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? We have one person, Michael Fife. Can you?
Go ahead,
Hi.
Michael, you're unmuted.
Alrighty. I love the, of course, the mid-block walkways, but my concern is that the north-south mid-block walkway, which is called fire access, is currently gated, and they're gating the access from the east-west into that area. So I don't know who's in charge of ungating those areas, but if the mid-block walkways are all gated, you know, that's not much of a mid-block walkway. I do think that the SANC is anticipating connecting to this north-south mid-block walkway through their project, at least the plans that I've seen. So it needs to be, I don't know who's in charge of opening the gate, but that needs to be done once this project is completed. Thanks.
Thank you. We will ask, we will get to the bottom of that. Would anyone else like to speak to this project? I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission, and also ask the question of the gating of this area right now. Is that a temporary situation?
Yeah, it would be temporary, and the timing on opening those gates is really going to depend on construction. But the idea is that construction's complete and it is feasible for people to move through those areas. Those gates will be opened.
And they will be public accessible all the time, 24/7, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
I mean, are the gates being opened and left, or are they being removed?
And that's a good question too. I don't know how that's going to be handled. I think that they've been gated just for security purposes at this point. But I don't know
Does the
that you would
city
need
have
that.
any? Is there? And I should look at the stat. Is there an easement over that whole area that requires it being opened?
There will be an easement over the one that they're creating, and I would assume that there is one for the north-south already in place.
So would the development agreement that you're proposing address both north-south and east-west, or just the east-west?
The development, are you,
I'm looking at your recommended condition that a public easement and development agreement be recorded on the property for the new mid-block walkway. So that would just be the east-west walkway?
It's in the motion.
yeah, it is in the motion. I'm sorry, that development agreement shouldn't be in there. That's a typo. There
That's not a
will be a
condition?
public easement. That is for the east-west mid-block walkway.
So how do we get a condition in about the north-south one?
Well, I would assume that that's already there.
I wouldn't make any assumptions.
think
I
we
would
could
like to
ask-
know that it is there.
I think we could ask the applicant to confirm whether there's
Yes,
any.
let's ask the applicant. Is there a public easement there?
I do not know of any easement there.
Okay,
And just to clarify, once again, neither Wood Partners nor Studio PBA is a part of the ownership of that parcel of ground anymore. So we do not have the capability to extract something out of them. So it's a separate entity now that completely owns that.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand.
So
Who owns that alleyway?
the Gateway 505 project,
All of it,
yes,
100%.
right up to our fence. And currently
It's
there's
fire
an
access.
It's a shared
Right.
fire access, it says,
Yes,
but you don't own it.
right.
Okay.
And do we require fire accesses to be open at all times, or can a fire access have a fence on it can be opened and removed?
When this was submitted, that is what the fire department agreed to, was a closed off access that they could open if they needed to access that.
So this mid-block walkway is not going to be a public walkway? The north-south one? Or you don't know?
I don't know. I mean, once again, it deals with a different landowner. So to the degree that they are willing to do that, and or you are able to force them to create essentially a public access there, if there's not one in place, and I honestly, I don't know if there's one currently in place there or not. I do know that when this was brought before the Planning Commission, when that project was brought before the Planning Commission, it was acknowledged that there were safety issues and that leaving it open at this juncture was not safe for the residents that lived in that project. So it was agreed to by the Planning Commission that looked at it at that juncture, as well as planning staff, that there be access control at both ends of it. And then I believe that the understanding would be that when the south parcel ever developed, that then that would be then an opportunity to open up the walkway.
Madam Chair, this is Molly
Yes,
Robinson. I believe the applicant's correct in his assertion about the gating. As I recall, the agreement with the first Alta project was that they would gate it in the short term. It was kind of one of the first projects to have this kind of agreement that I believe was somewhat tied to the eventual closure of the road home. But I think it actually predated any of the state's involvement in that discussion. So whether or not there is an actual easement a public easement recorded for that fire access, that's what I understood was supposed to happen. Though I don't have that paperwork in front of me to verify whether or not a public easement was recorded. I believe we would have advocated for the public easement. The gate could be there, and that the gate needed to be open for public access, like during daylight hours, but they would be allowed to lock it in the evening. I don't know that that provided any more clarification or not.
Actually,
but I remember there was a conversation about it.
That this is not going to be necessarily a publicly accessible. We don't know whether it's going to be publicly accessible, or even when it would be public accessible, if it is, and under what conditions, under what hours, under what anything. And the applicant is not improving that fire access street, and in fact doesn't even own it anymore. So calling it a mid-block walkway is a little misleading, it seems to me. That's not really a mid-block walkway, that's an alley for fire access. So how do we, Molly, you're an expert on this. How do we ensure that that kind of thing happens, or can we?
Sorry, I was muted.
Sorry.
I believe that like the whole gating aspect was once the other side of the gated area developed, that is when the gate would be removed, or there would be, you know, some agreement or discussion about, you know, having that gate open and accessible at, during the day, and, you know, maybe keyed access for, you know, residents of the two developments in the evening. Again, without having, you know, the language of that agreement, hopefully there is that agreement in front of me. I can't access that, but if that was always the intent with these two properties, was that once the west side, in which case this project before you tonight, developed, that shared access would be open and accessible. But I don't know that we as the city, I mean, I have to look into it, but I don't know what recourse we have at this time to require the other development to open up that access lane at this time.
Well, there's an awful lot of concentration of the presentation and the work on the design that has to do with its frontage on that, call it an alleyway at this time, the corner, special corner, and so forth, architecturally, and if it's, you know, and the fact that the people have backyards on it, and there's a yoga studio, and there's an entrance back there. But if there isn't even a public sidewalk along there in front of this project.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is so much of the presentation and the staff report is so focused on that, the concept of a mid-block walkway. If we don't know that exists, that changes a lot of this project. So even though it's not technically a part of this project, they've built around it. I think we need an answer to that.
Madam Chair, it's Paul.
Yes.
We can certainly look into how the approval on the other project was structured.
Yes.
But as it pertains to this applicant, if the area that's designated as a potential mid-block walkway is not on this applicant's property, we can't require it of them, obviously, because they don't control it.
Yes, I think we're clear on that.
Right.
Thank you.
So if I could clarify, the conditions listed for the mid-block walkway is the spots between 5 and 5, which may or may not lead to this alley that people may or may not have. Well, it leads to the alley, but people may or may not have access to the alley. That's what we don't know.
Right.
Right.
We don't know if that alley is going to be part of the mid-block walkway system.
That was always the intent.
Yeah.
And I believe it was the intent of the approval from the Planning Commission for that, what is now called the Gateway 505 in the applicant's plans, but was once the original Alta Gateway project. I don't know if the applicant could maybe shed some light on, you know, you've designed your whole project to face this mid-block walkway. What agreement do you have with that other property owner to, you know, utilize that shared access for at least your residents?
May allow Clay to speak to that issue, who was with the ownership.
Yeah, this is Clay Iman. So we do, and Molly's correct, that always has been the intent with these mid blocks, and we're comporting exactly with how these mid-blocks were laid out in terms of both the east-west access in terms of this property specifically, as you'd noted, from 5 to 5 there, as well as the north-south. So again, we don't have specific control over the north-south, but as Molly had noted and Robert previously, the intent's always been to allow that to open up when there's contiguous access all the way through Lot 3 to 2nd South. That was the entire point. So there are existing city easements in place for fire access and public utilities, but those remain gated until that Lot 3 opens up to 2nd South so that you've got contiguity throughout. In fact, even the police department notes in the staffing report that they would not want this to be open into a dead-end corridor for security reasons. So that's the reason for the temporary gating condition.
Well, commissioners, any other comments about this project? Do I have a motion? If we have no more discussion?
So just to clarify, for the conditions in the staff report, can we note that condition 2 should strike and development agreement? Is that correct, Lex?
Just leave it. That's the language that has been used in other projects. The one that David Gellner did just to the south. I don't know all the details of the development agreement. Paul, if you could jump in and answer any of that, that would be great.
Yeah, typically on these mid-block walkways, we just require an easement, not a full development agreement. Actually, I'm taking that back. I'm remembering that we did do a development agreement. It's unnecessary if we just require the easement. And in this case, I don't think we can require it at all. So
we do need the easement on the east-west, and that's what that's referring to.
Okay, okay, and that's on the applicant's property.
To the east-west
Yes.
mid-block walkway.
Okay,
Yeah.
then that should be clarified.
Okay.
So did that answer your question clearly? I think what we're saying is that all that development agreement language can be struck.
Okay, so condition 2 would be a public easement will be recorded on the property for the new east-west mid-block walkway.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Can we just have that noted in the record so we don't have to restate it in the motion? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm willing to make a motion. Based
Paul,
on
do you
the-
want them to restate that in the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, somehow we'll get that into your motion, please.
Okay, based on the analysis and findings in the staff report that the standards for plan development have been substantially met, testimony and the proposal presented, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for plan development for new multifamily residential construction in the GMU zoning district located at approximately 565 West 100 South, subject to the 3 conditions as noted in the staff report dated 12/9/2020 with the following modification that condition number 2 reads, a public easement will be recorded on the property for the new east-west mid-block walkway.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Adrian, a second by Maureen. Is that Maureen? Okay. So Maureen,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Crystal.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time. So the motion passes. All right, so let's move on to our next item of the agenda, which is Chromeworks at approximately 269 West Brooklyn Avenue. SMH Builders, representing the property owner, is requesting approval to build a 234 unit, multifamily building. It is PLN PCM 2020-00610 and PLN PCM 2020-00843. And I believe that Mayara is our contact person here.
That's right. Molly, can you pass me the ball, please? Thank you. All right, so this is a request for design review and plan development approval for a multifamily building on 269, 259, and 255 West Brooklyn Avenue. The proposal specifically requires design approval for an additional 19.5 feet in building height and plan development approval for balcony and canopy encroachments into the required front yard. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve the request with conditions. Here are two renderings of the proposed development, where you can see that the balconies project from the building wall, and there is a canopy on the main building entrance, the main building entrance, and there is also a canopy on a secondary door on the front facade. The balconies encroach 4 feet, and the canopies encroach 5 feet into the required 10 feet front yard. The image on the top left shows the building from the intersection between 300 West and Brooklyn Avenue, and the bottom right is the proposed front facade of the building. So this is an 8-story building containing 234 residential units. The first floor active uses are located on the northwest corner of the building, which are highlighted in red in this site plan. And the remainder of the first floor is dedicated to parking and other operational functions of the building. The building has 2 levels of parking and residential units on second level and above. The building will be taking advantage of the possibility of the UTA redeveloping the abandoned rail line to the west. And they are proposing a side yard, a landscape side yard on that area. The proposal also takes advantage of its location close to track station, and the parking requirement is reduced. The properties abut an alley to the south, and the mechanical equipment and loading areas are located accessing from that right of way. The key considerations for this project were the additional landscaping. First, the city goals and policies, the additional landscaping, the proposed height and neighborhood context, and facade articulation and pedestrian engagement. The first one is addressed in pages 3 and 4 of the staff report, where we find that the proposal is in line with many of the goals and policies in the Central Community Master Plan, Salt Lake and Growing SLC. The landscaping is discussed in pages 4 and 5 and shows that the proposal complies with the requirement that additional height in the CG zoning district must provide 10% of additional floor area in landscaping. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed height and neighborhood context. The subject properties are located east of 300 West, which is a busy commercial corridor. As you can see on the map, the properties are surrounded by commercial uses. The existing buildings are 1 to 2 story high, and there are no tall buildings such as the proposed development, but the CG zoning district allows a maximum height of 60 feet by right and up to 90 feet with the design review approval. Recent development north of the property indicates that the area is becoming more attractive to housing development, and the upcoming reconstruction of 300 West and the possible redevelopment of the UTA line may spur more redevelopment. We can't predict the future, but this could include new multi-story buildings like the proposed project because of the current zoning allowance and the anticipated future of the area. The proposed height also creates limited negative impacts to adjacent uses because of the intensity of these uses and the enclosed operations. The facade articulation and pedestrian engagement are important factors in both the design review and the plan development processes. The upper floors of the building include changes in material, massing, and vertical plane by the use of fiber panels and stucco, projecting balconies that make this design better than what would be allowed by strictly following the standards of the zoning district. But the lower levels offer less pedestrian engagement because of the limited active uses on the first floor. To offset the uses, the lower levels of the front facade will offer other design strategies and landscaping strategies as well to create an interest at the pedestrian level. This will include canopies over the main and secondary entrances, use of glass and tile, bushes and trees as part of the front yard landscaping, and a series of metal mesh screens. Because the applicant has not decided on the art of the mesh screens, staff is recommending that final approval be delegated to staff in order to ensure the proposal is consistent with the analysis in the staff report. To provide an interesting facade and make this a better project, staff believes that these elements listed on the screen should be addressed in the final mesh screen design. And these are just examples that were discussed with the applicant. The proposal was presented in a joint meeting to the Ballpark and Central Ninth Community Councils, and it was generally received. Other two public comments received by email were included in the staff report. I am happy to answer any questions. That is the end of my presentation.
Where exactly would the mesh screens go? I'm not following that.
So it would be, so see these openings here on the front facade? So it would be covering that. These openings are necessary for the parking structure. So it would just cover that.
Which facade is that?
That's the front facade.
Well, what do you mean by front? Third, I mean, what's the front on this building, in your opinion?
The street facing facade.
Which street?
Well, it only has Brooklyn Avenue, so it would be facing here.
Okay. So that, oh, okay. Thank you.
Does that make
All
sense?
Right. Yes, it does. Thank you. I was reading that railroad as a street. Okay. But it is still a facade. Does it have, do we?
I have the other facades in the staff report in the attachment, the application of materials, but in this presentation, I only included the.
That's okay. We have the staff report. So it would be on, those would be on Brooklyn Street, Brooklyn Ave, right?
So.
Okay, let me go ahead and can we go ahead and turn it over to the applicant for a presentation?
Let's see.
So, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, hi. This is George Hauser. I represent SMH Builders, who are the represent the sponsor for the project. Not seeing my content. Here, hold on. There we go. Okay. Can you see my content now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. This rendering is taken from the northwest corner of the site. On the right-hand or the left-hand side is the Brooklyn Avenue, the primary facade of the building. And on the right-hand side is the UTA right-of-way. This image actually depicts, this is actually a two-phase project. And the lower scale building to the far right is 1050 South Washington. That project is actually the subject of an affordable housing bond application. And the site is actually a brownfield site. It's currently being used as a chrome plating facility and a bumper repair business. And there's some contamination on the site. There's an application, a working application with DEQ for under the voluntary cleanup program. And we're not actually sure which of these two projects is eventually going to end up being the affordable project. It depends on how things unfold in the environmental studies and remediation that are ongoing at this point in time. The right-of-way was a subject of an advocacy on our part for development as a tracks line extension, bike pathway, pedestrian pathway, and also some public amenities, which are shown in this image, but are actually not part of this project. There's a 10-foot wide side yard, which will include landscaping and a pedestrian pathway all the way from the Brooklyn Avenue all the way down the site to the south end of the site, where there's a tie back into another private pedestrian passageway that ties back into the dead end at South Washington Street. The canopy that's shown here is one of the elements that is being considered under the plan development application, and also these balconies which face onto, these balcony projections that face onto Brooklyn. The height extension gives us an additional 2 stories on this building. Let's see. So this is a plan, typical plan of the building. It's fronts onto Brooklyn and onto the UTA right away, and also there's a public alley at the south side of this property that is being maintained. There's 2 levels of a parking podium, 119 vehicle spaces, and 216 secure bike parking spaces within the garage. There's 237 units on 6 levels, 169 studios, 36 one-bedrooms, and 32 two-bedroom units. These are the mobility features of the site. It's located midway between a 900 South track station and the 1300 South track station, with the rail lines run along 200 West. It's just opposite 300 West, which also has bus lines. And then there's a 9-line extension, which runs along 900 South, which is now being improved as a connector between Redwood Road, and it comes all the way into the 200 West Street. This is a site plan of showing both projects. The yellow project is the subject here. We also included a site plan of the 1050 South Washington project, which is the not part of this application, but it's relevant to the site plan. The public alley is a 15-foot wide public alley is being maintained, hopefully as a future mid-block connection to the UTA right-of-way. There's a landscape front yard, 10-foot setback, 10-foot side yard, landscape side yard, and then there's also a 10-foot setback in the rear, which is also landscape. And as I mentioned before, there's a connector along the east side, or the west side, all the way along the right-of-way, which brings you down to this short connector, which is on our property between the right-of-way and South Washington. We wanted to point out some of the features of the front yard setback. There's a lobby on the corner. We're offering bike parking. We're developing a park strip and new sidewalks along Brooklyn, adding street lighting in accordance with city standards, and also adding street trees and landscaping the front yard, except for areas required for access for the garage. We're also providing a little plaza in the front that would be available to the public, and we can show in a detailed plan here. The plaza in front of the building, publicly accessible, and then a small courtyard space on the west, which can be accessed from the public lobby for the use of the residents in the building. The lobby is enlarged. It has a wet bar and a seating area. There's an office inside, which may be used as management, or it could be a co-working space. Let's see. This is a view of the lobby again, with the canopy and the plaza and the side yard features. This is a kind of a indication of the quality of the lobby space as we envision it. Want to talk about open space, because that's a contribution that we have to make in order to qualify for the design review for the height increase. In addition to the landscape side yard and rear yard featured in the early slide, we also have a courtyard at level 3, which is landscaped and will be a resource for the courtyard facing units. We have another small courtyard on the east side, which forms a similar function. And then another important feature of the building are the balconies. We've added balconies on all 3 sides, also in the courtyards, so that we really give the residents an opportunity to get outside and have their spaces feel like they extend outward. The balconies all have 8-foot by 8-foot sliding glass doors, and that will enhance the sense of openness and the opportunity to take in the views and get better sunlight into the units. We have a developed roof. It's provides an outdoor recreation space. We're also providing raised beds for gardening. It's served by the 2 elevators in the building. We think that the opportunity to have a community garden environment will bring the residents together and promote a healthy living. This is kind of a vision of how that roof might be developed. It could include some wind screens to provide protection from the wind and inclement weather. This is the public art mural. There was a question about this earlier. This is actually a detail of one of the renderings showing the Brooklyn facade. These colored elements here are essentially a mesh screen that's supported on a frame that's suspended or extended in front of the building, and it mitigates the openings into the parking garage. This is a kind of a representation of the height. Additional height we're requesting, going from 60 feet up to 79.5 feet. That includes a 3.5-foot parapet, so the roof level is actually a little bit lower than that. And you can see a better representation of the mural here. There are a lot of the requirements for the design review standards are extensive, and I tried to summarize them quickly, and I just wanted to go through a few of them. It's kind of exhaustive, and I apologize for that. The issues about compatibility with the CG district is in compliance in terms of housing being a permitted use. We brought the facade, the entry elements, the lobby, and so on and forth are close to the sidewalk. We contain the parking within the building. There's no surface parking. We have an active ground floor use in the form of the lobby, and there's some ground floor transparency. We're trying to bring that into an important corner, since that's visible from 300 West. We are orienting our outdoor spaces in terms of yards, side yard and front yard and rear yard to the street. this is a property or a neighborhood in transition, so the existing industrial buildings are typically 1 or maybe 1.5 stories, but we expect these to change over time as the industrial uses transform to higher intensity uses. The material changes on the facade provide horizontal and vertical emphasis. We have the balconies and the floor-to-ceiling sliding glass doors to help provide a human scale and enhance the experience from the inside of the building, provide eyes on the street. The balconies also and the awnings also provide a change in the vertical plane. Let's see. We're providing street trees in accordance with city standards. We're providing public art. We're providing outdoor dining. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention we're offering public bike racks on the right near the entry to the building. I don't think I pointed those out. The roof forms are flat. They're consistent with the dominant roof form in the neighborhood. We've articulated the parapets to emphasize the balconies below. We have an accessible roof deck offering landscaping and gardening opportunities for the residents. We limited the garage access to 2 locations. We have ADA compliant access at grade level to the lobby and throughout the building. And the public alley will hopefully provide a mid-block connection once the UDOT right away is open for some other use. So we hope to, provide enhancement of that alley at some point in time. Right now, it basically is a dead end, so it's difficult to, activate it in a way that's conducive to a true mid-block open space.
Excuse me, you are dangerously close to running out of time, so about 1 more minute, please.
Yeah. I feel like I've covered many of the issues under consideration, and I'd really like to get the comments of the commissioners and hear what the public has to say. So I'll end my presentation here.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Does the commission have any questions for the applicant or for Mayara before we open the public hearing? I have one question. Is there any internal secured bike parking for the residents?
The internal bike parking, there's 260 spaces, racked spaces within the garage. The garage is secure, so I guess the answer is yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Do we have anyone from the community council who wishes to speak? If not, it looks like we have a couple of people who would like to speak.
There are several hands raised. I'm just going to go in alphabetical order here.
Molly?
Yes.
Amy Hawkins is representing the community council.
Okay.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you. That's who I was going to go with first.
Okay, Amy, we're going to let you speak and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for taking my comments. I don't really have anything extremely controversial to offer. We understand that contamination on this site makes it so that a ground floor active use isn't extremely feasible. So having a lobby count as an active use is probably sufficient in the view of our community. Frankly, we're also pretty psyched just to get more housing in place that rather than the current use of the property, which is, outdoor broken down vehicle storage. We do anticipate that the neighborhood will transform to higher intensity use, as George said. So particularly with the reconstruction of 300 West that's going to happen in the next couple of years, the neighborhood overall is going to be substantially more friendly to pedestrian and bicycle use, which is not really a hard bar to clear at the moment, considering that there aren't even contiguous sidewalks on 300 West at the moment. So it's going to be pretty exciting seeing a constant stream of bicyclists and pedestrians on that dual lane bike path that's going to show up. There are folks in our community who are still pretty concerned about public safety. So folks had a few concerns about the parking ratio. Residents in our community are particularly frustrated with violent crime and threats to their personal safety. So any plans to add more residents in the neighborhood, we feel that secure parking is going to kind of be in their best interests. We haven't heard any pledge of additional public safety resources from Salt Lake City or the Salt Lake Police Department. And currently in District 5, we've had a 66% increase in violent crime. That's 2.5 times the amount of violent crime increase that the rest of the city has seen this year. I'm hoping that that is a transient increase. But when you're considering things like private bike parking and private parking of automobiles for residents, I hope that these are things that you're taking into consideration. But again, more eyes on feet, more eyes and feet on the street are probably to the interest of our neighborhood. And we know we need more housing. So not a lot of strong feelings either way in our community, but these are some of the views that folks have expressed to me, and I wanted to bring them to the attention of the Planning Commission. Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much.
Okay, next on the list is Michael Fife.
Hey, when I look at this building, my first thought was Moda Granary Place, which basically is the same idea where you have parking on the ground floor facing the street. And so I guess that's my biggest concern. I love the height. I love that you're putting housing in the area. My big concern just is what you're going to do with that parking and if that's going to be adequate to not make this look really cheap. That's my only concern. Thanks.
Thank you.
Zachary Dussault.
Hi, Zachary Dussault speaking in favor of the project. I feel like I got whiplash from this last project because I love everything about this. I love that there's engagement facing that rail right away that might be a future trail. I don't know if any of the commissioners are familiar with the Beltline in Atlanta. It's kind of like the S line, except there's actual engagement on it. There's buildings facing it. I think that's a great future use. I think this is, in my year of looking at planning commission meetings, the first project that has more bike parking than car parking. I think that's a first. I don't know how long that goes back, probably a couple years, but it's a 0.5 parking ratio to unit ratio. I think that's exactly what we need. I think this is a great location along the redevelopment of 300 West. And it's literally replacing a junkyard. We're literally putting people where broken down cars used to be. I'm a little disappointed with the engagement with the street, but like I said, I know that's an issue with the contamination there. I think there's no issue approving this additional height. I think there's very big industrial boxy developments along 300 West, and I think this is a much better fit for the neighborhood rather than another big box store. I'm very excited for this. I wish more developers would take this lead because we need more housing and less parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darrell Bodley.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name's Terrell Bodley. I work at FFKR Architects. I'm a member of the Ballpark Community Council and a resident of the ballpark as well. I think, as Amy mentioned, we're in support of this project. It's definitely going to be an improvement from the the junkyard that's there now. One thing that's been kind of brushed over is the idea that there'd be a linear park along here, which is great, but even what is more interesting about it is the gesture, the offer, which the developer gives to the big picture of the community. A way to organize rapid density, allow a place to visit, recreate, meet our neighbors. A linear park makes a lot of sense in our community because it speaks of the interstitial space of our alleys, abandoned railways. It could be used to connect the ballpark with the Granary District, the Post District, and downtown, which are all slated for rapid density. I think this project reminds me a lot of the New York High Line, where they took an abandoned railway in a bad side of town and created a linear park. Not only did this park transform the area of the city, it revitalized, and I'd even take it as far as saying it turned it into a tourist destination, as it was a few years ago when I went to attend the AIA convention in New York. As my neighborhood has seen a lot of growth in the last few years, we are also experiencing increase in violent crime at a rate, like Amy mentioned, of 66% or 2.5 times higher than the rest of the city. We have pleaded for help with well-intentioned answers like, I wish there were better or more immediate solutions we could offer, as if they have not planned for the growth. Amenities, public safety resources would be needed to accommodate our new neighbors in this community. Please don't let this happen again. We should be planning on how to address the rapid density which has been planned for my neighborhood, and a linear park should be one of those actions. I'm Terrell Bodley, and that's my comment.
Thank you.
Paul Johnson?
This
Paul
is
Johnson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, you'll have 2 minutes. Paul Johnson, can you hear us?
Okay.
Just to
Matt Hayden.
Molly, I think Paul Johnson is representing the Central 9 Community Council as well. Just so you know.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
He's muted again.
Okay.
Sorry.
sorry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. WebEx and I are not good friends. So
Are you representing the community council?
I am. I'm the chair of the Central Ninth Community Council, and
right.
I just wanted to, take your time for a few minutes. We're generally supportive of this. This is much better than what is currently in that location. I do think it's a little optimistic to think that that UTA will give up their right of way for a linear park, but I am hopeful. My biggest concerns with this project are not in the design itself, are just purely in the pedestrian access between Brooklyn and 200 West up to the track station. But those are future things that we will deal with in our neighborhood. I think this is a good step forward. This is a great project for the neighborhood. And even though this is just right on our boundaries, we like this and we support it. So we ask you to support it also. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have Matt Hayden.
Yes, I live in Ballpark, and my one question is, how much overdevelopment are we going to have in Ballpark? We are currently the most densely populated section of the city right now, and we're expanding at a rather rapid pace, and we're in a parking and infrastructure crisis. and you're adding buildings that don't have enough parking as it is, and you're planning on adding this building and potentially Book Cliff and potentially several other projects that don't have enough parking, and you're talking about bicycle parking instead of car parking, when most people still travel by cars. According to the American Community Survey, still 90% of the people travel by cars. Low-income people, 80% of them still use cars. They're not going to use tracks. They're not going to use tracks to schlep their groceries from point A to point B. That's not going to happen yet. Our track service isn't good enough, okay? We have to be realistic about these projects here. We don't have the infrastructure in this community to support all of these buildings going up. We don't have the parking right now. What are we doing here? This doesn't make sense right now. We don't have the police force. It takes 2 hours for us to get a police officer to respond to a call right now. We have a huge homeless crisis going on in our community, and the solution is to add more and more people to the community. Why are we doing this?
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing no one else, and then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission. Was there someone else? Sorry.
If I could ask those of you who have already spoken to click that little hand icon again so that you don't
Your
confuse
hands
us
go
when we-
down. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask the applicant to respond to the public comments if he wants to. You're muted. I'm sorry, Mr. Hauser, would you like to respond? You're muted, actually.
Have any? None.
No response? Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments, discussion on this project?
I have some comments. I think my comments I was holding until now, but I think definitely Mr. Bodley brought up a lot of the things that I was wondering about. So as I understand it, Myara, there is no like future land use plan for this general area, not just this project, but the area itself. Is that correct?
What do you mean by that land use?
I think that I'm just going to harken back to the project we just heard and how we talked a lot about how are we going to connect to these pieces by different developers. I don't think we have a plan for this area of pedestrian walkways or mid-block walkways or how we want things to flow. And so from my vision, while I'm happy it's replacing something that doesn't look great now, I'm looking towards the future as this area becomes more desirable, as people look for properties to buy. They're going to start buying this stuff up. We don't seem to have a plan or a future land use plan or a map or anything that shows us how we want this area to grow. And am I right in that or am I wrong?
Well, we have the Central Community Master Plan, and that's our plan, our vision for the future. That the Central Community Master Plan was adopted in 2005, so it might need some revision to accommodate.
Did that have a future land use map for this particular area in general?
Yeah, the future land use map for the area is regional commercial, so the C2 zoning district, basically.
So, okay, thank you. That really confirms what I was suspecting. And I guess this next question was then for Michaela or Molly. All your M names confuse me, so I might mispronounce your names as you go. But I learned last week from Nick that we can initiate discussion about a rezone, but can we initiate some sort of discussion among planning to actually provide a better a plan that is incorporating these type of developments so that we as planning commissioners can see what the future vision is of where we want to protect mid-block walkways or where we envision these things, so that as different pieces get developed, we have a vision as well. We saw how that manifested in the last project. I don't think we have anything like that for here. Is that something that we can initiate with you?
We could initiate something like that. The reality of all the master plans and work that we have in planning, I think the reality of us without more staff resources and a slowing down of petitions, I'm not sure when we would be able to.
So Michaela, does it have to be a full-fledged master plan amendment? Because I feel like if the vision, as Mayara said, was just community or CG, I don't think that's going to carry this area into the future at all. It certainly doesn't give me as a planning commissioner enough idea of how this area, could or should, or how the community wants to see it develop, so that we can try and advocate for those components to it. Does it have to be a full master plan amendment, or can it be something less intensive? But as this area continues to grow, we're not going to see how these things connect unless we have something available to us.
Maybe we could do a bit of a look and review of the policies. The policies that we have that relate the mix of land uses.
Well, we're just going to keep getting projects that want exceptions to height. I think this is a great area for this additional height as it is. And so is the zone appropriate for the future? I think this is an area we haven't paid enough attention to, but I can see this growing faster than we are able to get stuff on paper that is appropriate to help this grow in the way the community wants.
I also think that
what you're suggesting is, if there's a zoning change or if there's a master plan change, whatever direction we need to go in, it would require city council action. And so we're not talking like a 6-month project. We're talking, 12 to 18 months if we were to start tomorrow, kind of thing. And you're right in that this area is,
This area isn't going to develop in the next 6 months either. It's going to be a long term and beyond 12 to 18 months as these parcels get bought up and plans happen. So I don't necessarily think that we need to have this in 6 months, but I see a real need for this. And I would really be disappointed if we get another project in the next, 2 years and we don't have an articulation of a community vision for this area. I don't think that serves this particular spot very well, because I want something more elevated than, well, this looks a lot better than what's there now, because pretty much anything looks better than what's there now. We should be shooting for a higher bar.
I think it's actually important to realize that it isn't just future land use plan. It's a kind of way of designing, envisioning the area, and things like, what to do with that abandoned right of way are key to, and what other open spaces do we need, and what other services are going to be provided for, if there's 300, 400 people moving into here, you know, and just multiply that by 10 in this immediate vicinity, I think we don't want to end up with a planning crisis on our hands here. So
I apologize for hijacking this particular project comment, but obviously this project is what brought this up.
I understand that.
This project stands. I'm perfectly happy with all of it, but I don't know what the planning commission can do with directors with staff to to pay attention to this area, because I will be really disappointed if we get another one within 2-3 years and we don't have anything, any idea.
I mean, I take your point that the Central Community Master Plan and a number of our master plans are certainly, actually that one's not as outdated as some of the others, because the future land use map does designate it as regional, commercial, industrial.
Right.
And we're seeing some changes.
Right.
And not that this isn't inconsistent with it. And then there are, of course, supporting policies within that master plan. And then we're looking at more recent plans, you know, our umbrella plan, Plan Salt Lake, getting into more encouragement of redevelopment where there's, you know, that public infrastructure supporting land uses. And then we have growing SLC, even more recent, calling for, you know, reinforcing this demand for housing that we have in the city.
Right.
And providing more housing, so just more like refinement.
In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and try to consider this particular project right now.
Absolutely. I understand. Let me speak with Nick about it and
all right, thank
respond back to the commission.
I would love to talk to you more about it
yes.
off this particular project. But yeah, I don't think we're addressing what we have isn't adequate in my mind, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Thank
you. All right, let's move on to the discussion of the project. If there is any discussion of the project.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Crystal.
I make it by saying that I +1 Amy's comments about needing to look at the overall plan for this area as well, because I agree with it. So anyway,
actually, can you, before you do that, I do have one comment, and it's something that I would want your input on, particularly Crystal. There are some very specific guidelines in the conditions about what this metal mesh / artwork should look like. And do you agree with that? Or it would seem to me that it might be better to leave it a little bit more flexible than that specificity.
No, I do agree with the specificity.
Okay.
Just to clarify, those are bullet points that we thought it would be ideal, but the condition itself is just that it will be delegated to staff, and we can discuss that later and figure out what the solution is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Maya. Okay, go ahead, Crystal.
All right. Based on the findings and analysis in the staff report, the information presented and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for design review and plan development for a new multifamily building at 269 West Brooklyn Avenue as proposed in PLNPCM 2020-00610 and PLNPCM 2020-00843 with the conditions listed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Crystal and a second by, is that Amy? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Going from the bottom this time, Crystal.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Adrian.
Yes.
Amy.
Yes.
Maureen.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes unanimously. And now we're going to move on to our next, we're fine. Our next item on the agenda, which is the design review modification at approximately 255 South State Street, case number PLN PCM 2019-00926, and it's going to be presented by Amy Thompson.
Good evening, Commission. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Great. So this is a request for modifications to a design review approval at approximately 255 South State Street. Planning staff is recommending that the Commission approve the proposed modifications. In January of 2020, Michael Militello, representing KTGY Architecture and Planning, received design review approval for an additional 60 feet of building height for the North Tower associated with this project. The mixed-use project consists of 2 buildings, a North Tower and a South Tower, with a mid-block pedestrian walkway that runs through the center of the site that provides pedestrian connections from State Street to Floral Street, as well as the Kramer House, which is a site listed on the National Register of Historic Places that will be incorporated into the overall project. The applicant received approval for the additional 60 feet of building height for the North Tower, where buildings in mid-block walkways in the where buildings in mid-block locations in the D1 Central Business District can be a maximum height of 100 feet. The South Tower meets all applicable zoning requirements. However, the buildings are connected underground by a parking garage, and the additional height was requested on the North Tower. So the project was presented as a whole to Sorry, I'm having trouble advancing this slide. There we go. The applicant submitted building plans, and the new plans showed modifications to the structure that deviate from what was initially approved by the Planning Commission. There are some modifications that can be approved by the Planning Director administratively. However, those modifications are limited, and staff's of the opinion that the proposed modifications are not minor in nature, and so that's why this project is before the Commission this evening. The first modification that they're requesting relates to building height. The original proposal that was approved was for 160 feet of building height and 13 stories. There were some smaller massing sections on the building on the west and east elevations that were designed to be 2 stories in height. And the revised building design is similar in massing, but the overall building height has been reduced to approximately 141 feet and 12 stories. And some of those smaller massing sections on the west and east elevations have been reduced from 2 stories to 1 story. And those areas are identified in the orange outline. The next requested modification relates to building materials and design. The approved building materials include brick veneer, corrugated metal, metal panels, and fiber cement board. And the windows were approved with a staggered pattern, and portions of the windows on the south and east facade include punched openings or bump outs, as the applicant refers to them, with a depth of approximately 2 feet. The proposed design primarily maintains the palette of building material that was approved by the Commission. However, the fiber cement board has been replaced with an ACM metal panel. The revised narrative submitted by the applicant indicates that the proposed metal panel will have a texture similar to fiber cement board to give it a concrete appearance. The punched openings have been removed from the building design, and 50% of the windows are proposed at 50% wider, are proposed at 2 feet wider, and the energy rated glazing has also been increased. The revised design maintains the similar staggered window pattern, and the windows are inset approximately 3 to 4 inches to help create some shadow lines along that facade. In terms of the vehicle access, the original proposal had just one vehicle access off of Floral Street. During the public hearing, when the original proposal was presented, the Planning Commission expressed some concerns with Floral Street being the only vehicle access and encouraged the applicant to look into other options, but ultimately approved the project with the one access. This revised design, they have incorporated a second vehicle access to the below grade parking area, and there's an additional parking area located in the South Tower on the ground floor. This parking area on the ground floor of the South Tower includes 10 spaces. The buildings have a mix of uses, including a food hall, office space, community space, and residential space. And although it's not directly related to the design of the building, I just wanted to mention the affordable housing aspect of this project. The slide breaks down the units and affordability. There's a total of 190 units, of which 22 are market rate, and the remaining 168 units are affordable units targeting incomes ranging from 20 to 80% AMI. And this is just some photos of the site. The view from State Street looking south. I'm sure all of us are familiar with that empty spot that has been on State Street for quite some time. The bottom photo is a view from Floral Street looking west. And this is some other views of the site on Edison Street. And then again, staff is recommending approval of the project, approval of the proposed modifications. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Amy. Does anybody have any questions for Amy right now before we hear from the applicant? Okay, let's go ahead and go to our applicant. Is that Oliver Inauen? Or Mike Militello? Are you presenting?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hello. You have about 10 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm trying to share my screen, but right now it's grayed out.
Give us
Okay,
1
there
second.
we go.
Okay.
And let me know if you can see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right, well, thanks. My name's Michael Militello. I'm a project manager and designer at KTGY Architecture. Thank you, Amy, for that review. And thank you, commissioners, for hearing me speak. I just want to reiterate the idea that since design review back in February of this year, our team has worked really hard to refine this design to the best of our abilities. In doing our research in coordination with all of our contractors, engineers, consultants, we've been continuously looking to better the design. And if there's something that's come up where we feel is an upgrade or makes something a little more efficient, we like to incorporate that even within the construction documents. So most of these changes we feel are fairly minor and not only within the spirit of the original concept brought before the commission originally, but also enhances the experience in some ways. So while we did lower, while we did lower the north tower by a floor, we didn't lose any units, and the massing still proportionally works in context with the south tower, as well as the surrounding context of the site. And from the street perspective, or even from an aerial view that this slide shows, the difference in height is fairly imperceivable. And frankly, lowering some of those smaller massing sections within the podium, we felt helped to bring the massing back to human or street scale. As far as the material change, the portion we're referring to is really only the paseo and backsides of the buildings. It's not along State Street. We feel that the new metal panel we're speccing is actually an upgrade from the fiber cement. The metal panel is more durable, stronger. It requires less maintenance. It fits in closer to this urban environment. And actually, we think it matches more of that textured concrete look that we were originally going for in the original design. So in this slide, you could see the original design with the fiber cement and then the current metal panel design that we've chosen. So you can kind of tell the textured concrete that this metal panel is able to give. We feel that the new metal, we thought that although the 2-foot deep bump outs were eye-catching from the exterior, they actually somewhat obstructed the views from inside the units. So what we've done is reduced those a bit. We've widened almost half the windows by 2 foot each. And we've detailed those windows in a way where they'll still be able to create a little bit of a shadow. That's what this detail shows with a 3 to 4 inch recess from of the window from the surface of the metal panel. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, we think the addition of another vehicular access to the site down here off the southeast alley as well, which you can see on the right side here in the current design, as well as a few additional parking spaces here in the south tower, will act as a bit of a pressure release valve, if you will, and help alleviate any additional traffic this project may be incurring. We've also reduced the overall parking garage footprint by quite a bit, and we've reduced the overall parking total for the project from 95 spaces to 81 spaces. And this is for a project that is across the street from a track station at the Gallivan Center. That's about it. Those were sort of the minor changes that we wanted to sort of bring to the commission, and we feel like, again, most of those are enhancing the project, but we welcome your feedback and any comments that you might have.
Thank you. So, does anyone have any questions for the applicant before we move to a public hearing? I actually have a question, and if we can go to your site plan again. So the red lines there on the parking area on the right side, the new ones, that is someone coming from that alley and being able to cross the plaza in a car and then go down into the parking on the north side. Is that right?
Yeah,
Am I
that's correct.
interpreting that correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. We have we currently have access from Floral Street from the on the north side and down the ramp into the parking garage. And now we've added access off the alley into the parking garage on the south tower. And there's also potential of linking that with vehicular circulation to the north tower as well.
Okay, so there's definitely an alley shown into the 10 parking spaces. Those parking spaces are not connected underground to the other parking spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's just 10 all by themselves.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And so the other red dotted line there goes shows that we're having cars cross the pedestrian plaza and go down into the parking garage.
Correct.
Okay. Can they come back out and go the other way? Can they leave that way too?
Yeah. Yeah, we see this as, you know, this is something like a 40 to 50 foot wide pedestrian paseo. There will probably be bollards of some kind, sort of down the middle, dividing the two into pedestrian and vehicular. But the paving and the feel of this, we think, will be continuous throughout, so that it'll feel a little bit more like a pedestrian experience and less of an actual road or street. And we think that, you know, the amount of traffic flowing through here is going to be fairly minimal, considering we've reduced the parking and there's really only, I think, 70 or so spaces down in the parking garage.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any clarification questions?
I do. My assumption is yes from the staff report, but I just wanted to confirm with the applicant that the restoration of Kramer House is not impacted by the requested changes to the design plan.
No, that's correct. The restoration is still part of our project, and that is still happening.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions from the commission, I'm going to open it up to the public. And I see a couple of hands. Is there anyone from the community council? So, anyone else? Have two people wish to speak? Paul? Is that left over from another project?
Paul Johnson, did you want to speak to this project?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry if I'm still have my hand up.
Okay. Zachary DeSalt?
Hey, Zach Dusalt. I think Brenda kind of highlighted my major concern with this change is that that vehicle access right in front of Kramer House. I know shared space is a big buzzword right now, but I think there's no reason why you need to let cars access that circulation. I don't know what your on-site parking plan is for who's going to be using the north parking, who's going to be using the south parking, but I just don't see the need to have cars drive through there and potentially use that as like as a drop-off point. I think it really detracts from the otherwise very much pedestrian-oriented nature of this development. I'm very excited about the reducing parking though. I think that's a great thing to add. And I'm very glad there's not a loss in units with the loss of the extra floor. I don't think if you decided to change that of not letting cars go through there, I don't think that would be a modification of this design. I think once this is approved, that's kind of on you guys as to how you let cars circulate through there. But as a pedestrian who walks through this area all the time and who hates seeing the hole on State Street, I love a pedestrian walkway through there that I didn't have to worry about cars, because crossing State Street itself is like Frogger, even with that mid-block crosswalk there. I guess that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Seeing no further comments, I'm going to go ahead and close and bring it back to the commission for discussion or a motion.
Unless there's discussion, I'm willing to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff memo, information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the modifications to the design review approval petition PLN PCM 2019-00926 at approximately 255 South State Street.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion by Adrian and a second by Sarah. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Crystal?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously, and we shall move on to our final, oh, not our final, sorry.
Madam
Number
Chair,
5. Yes,
am I the only one? Can we take a 5-minute break since we
you
have
bet.
items?
Absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute break now. And that means we will all be back at 8:00, 8 o'clock. We are in recess. Maureen. Here comes Matt. Amy's here. Sarah, Crystal. Okay, we're here. So I'm calling the Planning Commission back out of recess, and we're going to have our next project will be the Book Cliffs Lodge conditions modifications to design review approval about approximately 1149 Southwest Temple. It's PLN PCM 2017-00708, and David Gellner will be presenting this project.
Okay, great. Thank you,
David?
Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners. As you noted, the item is well,
can't hear you,
PLN
David.
PCM 20. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. I can hear you. I can't hear you. Sorry. It was me. I have to put my, my aids here in, and they're not easy to get in either. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so, yeah, give me a moment. Okay, so this is file PLN PCM 2017-00708 for the Book Cliffs Apartments modifications to the previously granted conditional building and site design review approval. I'm going to share my screen. All right, are you seeing the location and zoning map?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so just for some familiarity, this is the location and zoning map. The property was a number of parcels that was located by Paxton and West Temple. Those have since been consolidated into one lot. The zoning is CC Commercial Corridor. The original proposal, or the proposal, was for a 54-unit apartment building at 45 feet tall. It went through the CBSDR conditional building and site design review process to request that additional 15 feet of building height in the CC zone over the 30 feet allowed by right. It was approved by the Planning Commission on December 13th, 2017. And the approval was subject to conditions, including, and there was a condition added by the Planning Commission that was somewhat nebulous, but it was the main entrance be oriented to West Temple such that it is very similar in scale and in look to the existing east facade of the building. Since that time, the applicant's been working through the building permit process. And during that building permit review process by staff, we discovered that the new plan showed some significant modifications to the structure as far as the materials being used, the entrance locations, and some very minor modifications to the building outline, parking areas, landscaping. Looking at what was allowed under the zoning ordinance standards, the modifications were beyond what could be approved administratively by the planning director. So the review of the changes by the Planning Commission would be required. The changes to the were to the following since the original PC approval: some of the window shapes and sizes, the roof line details, added entranceways, and I will have slides that illustrate these, and the exterior building materials, and elimination of some art panels that were included on a couple locations on the building. The design, though, however, is similar in shape, site layout, land use, and height of the originally approved design. And the west facade redesign came in response to the Planning Commission condition of approval. So the design now includes entrances from the sidewalk into some of the individual units on the West Temple side. There's now a main entrance along the West Temple facing facade. Some roofline elements were added, and there were material changes so that the building has some congruity all around it, that the elevations use similar materials. This is the West Temple facing west elevation of the building. the rendering of that. And another view of that taken from more of an oblique angle, and you do see those individual sidewalks from the units going onto the individual units have their own sidewalks going to the main public sidewalk. It's the east-facing parking lot elevation of the building, where there is also a main entranceway. In the original design, there wasn't one on the west facade of the building. So the two are similar in look and scale. Picture of the east-facing building entrance and the west-facing building entrance. The Planning Commission considerations are really, if the consideration of the design is in substantial conformity with the original approval, the impact the changes have on the overall project, and if the original condition concerning the West Temple facade has been met with the proposed design changes. Staff believes the proposed modifications conform to the original approval. That redesign of the west facade meets the original condition and actually improves on the original design. And so staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve the modifications to the Book Cliffs Apartments as proposed. The end of my presentation. Any questions?
David, will you just bring up your slide of your first slide that shows all the property around it? I just want to orient it again.
Well, okay, sorry, take a second. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, that one, thanks.
So do we have any questions for David before we?
Is there any signage requirements or something that points out on that West Temple side, or signage that exists on that little kind of place by the front door that's shown in the one rendering? It just demonstrates that this is a building or front of the building or names the building in any sort of way?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Matt. So you wanted to, I believe there was.
I remember when this project came through, one of the real challenges was it was really oriented towards the parking lot. And I really believe it should have at least, you know, more of a presence on West Temple, given West Temple is kind of a street that's developing and would be more of a thoroughfare. And so I'm wondering what else on the front of the building kind of helps demonstrate that this is a front or an entrance type deal. If you know, if this is all the signage that exists, or if there is any other signage, or if this meets the requirements or not, in your opinion.
And I think that it is very similar to the entrance on the east side of the building. I will let the architect applicant speak more to any of the signage and that. Probably be more appropriate for him to answer that question.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions before we move to the applicant? Great, let's hear from the applicant.
Am I passing the presenter privileges to Andrew or Jeff?
Andrew?
Oh.
You're up, or Jeff.
Hi.
Hi, Jeff.
Jeff. Hey, hi, everybody. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Leonardo with Method Studio. I'll be representing the Housing Authority today. Thank you, David, for what you've had to say. Yeah, I could answer any kind of questions. There is quite a bit of signage on the west. The biggest condition on the height approval was to add that entrance on the left, and that kind of drove redesigning the building, getting rid of some 3 bedrooms and reducing them to 1 bedroom so we could make room for the entrance to the west. That kind of changed our facades, and so what we did is we thought it would be best that we kind of redesign it all to be a little more aesthetically pleasing. We we've added 4 materials, you know, CMU, Corten steel, faux Corten steel, PVC siding, as well as EIFS, as you can see. But to answer your question, I think, Brent, there is quite a bit of signage on the west side. I can, if you let me share it, I can go to a video, to my PDF if you'd like.
Yes, we can let you share your screen.
Okay.
Hold
You
on.
have privileges to share.
Oh, thank you. Let me find that real quick. For some reason, I'm not getting it. David, could you bring back up just the west facade? And maybe I can just talk it through. Mine is not coming up for some reason.
David, you really are muted this time.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I didn't realize that.
Not just me.
Let me see if I don't know if I'm sharing anything yet. I was trying to.
And I'll just talk them through the materials and the signage. David, we also sent you an elevation, a construction drawing elevation that shows a lot more of the details as well. If it might even better show the signage than the renderings, but if you want to bring that up.
It was included in the staff report packet. Let me, okay. Momentarily, I think I have to unshare to, unless it lets me. Is that coming up, Jeff, what you were looking for?
No, I'm not seeing anything but just you right now.
All right.
Okay, there we go. That's perfect. And so to the west side, you know, as you can see, we have CMU along the bottom, and we have a PVC wood siding that you see to the south and on the inside of the shrouds around the units with EIFS dividers, and in the white portion you would see would be EIFS as well. There's a light and a dark EIFS. We do, like I said, Brent, we do have signage outside. We have it in the signage package. Right now, the drawings are in for permit. They're about 99% review permit. This is the final thing to kind of get through the permitting process. And there is a signage package there that shows all the signage for the job. We have a monument sign to this lower right-hand corner, to the lower, oh, it just disappeared.
Oh.
So this corner right here in the lower right-hand corner is like a monument sign that has the address. And then in the front here, right in the middle where that concrete is, that there's also some an address, and then back on the Corten steel, there's also some signage that says Book Cliff Apartments. So we're pretty proud of it. I think it really articulates a lot better now than the previous building that was originally approved. Any questions?
Are there any more questions for the applicant right now, or clarifications?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
The art panels that were taken away, where are those and why was that decision made?
Well, this was originally a project, a combined project with the Urban Indian Center, which is no longer part of the project. And that's why the entrance to the east was so significant at the time. It was a religious belief, and that we were pushing that. I don't think the art on the wall would have been approved by the zoning department as well. It was too large. It wouldn't have met the rules, the current codes. So it was taken off.
Oh, I hate to see art taken away.
No, it was, yeah, I think it was more kind of you know, driven by the Urban Indian Center and their whole thought of what this project would be. And it was a beautiful thought, and I wish it could have came to fruition, but unfortunately they're not a part of the project. And so it really couldn't be part of it, so.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open up a public hearing. There are no more questions from the commission. And I see 3 people. Amy, are you representing the community council? And if so, can you go ahead first, please?
Hi, thank you so much again. Sorry, second ballpark project on the agenda lets you know just how fast we're growing in ballpark and why we flooded your meeting with attendees and commenters, and it's really exciting to see my neighbors and residents so engaged in caring about zoning. Not everybody does. I was not chair of the Ballpark Community Council in December 2017 when these original modifications were approved, and I do understand that if these modifications are denied, the applicant can still develop the property as was originally approved by the Planning Commission. But I'm still receiving emails from residents, particularly residents of the row house, but also residents on West Temple, who wanted to voice their objections to some of those approvals at that time, particularly in regards to parking on the street, suggesting that, wow, this is really close to the ballpark stadium. And although parking might be really appropriate 90% of the year, the 10% of the year where we're experiencing ball games at the ballpark, isn't that nice to think about? I am really looking forward to that. But the 10% of the time of the year that we are experiencing those ball games, like parking is just absolutely bananas within a 3-block radius of the ballpark stadium, understandably so. So they're concerned about that, and I share their concerns. Again, violent crime is really up in District 5, and it's particularly up in the west part of District 5, where Ballpark is located. We've held several meetings, particularly about violent crime surrounding 1300 South, which this property is quite close to. And residents are understandably becoming more and more frustrated. They do not feel like they are being heard in the other venues that are designated to hear their concerns. And I'm sorry, I know I'm repeating myself, but there are not currently solutions that speak to the issues that are being experienced by neighborhood residents or business owners, and even the schools in the area like Horizonte and the Challenger School campus on 1300 South and Main Street. Residents who are particularly frustrated with this violent crime and threats to their personal safety in our community are now expressing objections to me about any projects that have been proposed for the community because they feel like their pleas for help have not been acted on by others who are representing them. They feel like any plans to add more residents to the neighborhood without a pledge of additional public safety resources are only going to continue to exacerbate these problems. I hope they're not right, but we've had a lot of murders this year and we've had a lot of stabbings, and it's hard to see those happen over and over again. And it's very hard for me to know how to be a voice for our community when these keep happening and I haven't heard a plan to address them. And I know this is not necessarily the appropriate venue for this, but I feel like I need to let the Planning Commission know what our concerns are so they can understand why maybe the folks who speak after me might be angrier than your average community. I would love to be able to advocate for them more effectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, it looks like we have Matt Hayden. Matt?
Yes, I want to reiterate some of the things that Amy said. I am a member of the row house community, and when this project was initially presented, it was in conjunction with the urban Native American community. And we were supportive of the urban Native American community. It's a historically disadvantaged community, and we welcomed the project. But then Mr. Ackerman came to our community council meeting and said, no, it's for the LGBTQ community. No, it's for another community. No, it's for another community. So we don't know what this project is for at this point anymore. And when this project was initially presented to you guys, it was presented in conjunction with the Native American community. And we feel that it was presented under false pretenses. And a lot of you at the initial meeting were not enthused with this project. And it didn't feel like you guys were really in support of it. And when it comes to the design changes and so on, yes, the parking is an issue, but I've seen the plans and the original plans did look better than the current plans. Also, with the location near tracks, the parking is not oriented towards tracks. Let's see, the original design does not facilitate pedestrian interest and interaction. How can this be done if there is not an interest on Southwest Temple as the original design showed? You did alleviate that, but it looks like it was just barely added to it. It was like, oh, I have to shove an entrance in. We're not gonna make it like a grand entrance like those other previous entrances on those previous projects. So it feels like this is a rush job and that they're cramming this project in to meet deadlines.
Thanks for your comments. Your time is up. Thank you, Matt. Zachary?
Zachary, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Zachary Dussault speaking in favor of the project. I am a little bit concerned with it does seem like the building is oriented towards the parking lot. I do think that's a little bit alleviated with the kind of balcony areas that are along West Temple. But ideally, I would like to see uses oriented towards the street. I mean, I realize it's kind of a compromise. You have to put parking somewhere. And I definitely don't want it in the front of this facing West Temple, that's for sure. So I think that this is kind of closer to a compromise on that. And I kind of just want to address the concerns of the neighborhood as a whole. Poor planning kind of does lead to a lot of these ancillary issues like crime, poor availability of parking. We used to have a world-class transit system in Salt Lake. We used to have hundreds of miles of streetcar, and we ripped it all out in the short-sighted attempt to get with the times and give everyone a car. And now we've seen how that's backfired on us, and we're trying to slowly go the other direction. If we live in Salt Lake City and in 40 years everyone has their own car, we've failed as a city. We failed on emissions, we failed on affordability, we failed on all of the metrics of the things that we say that we care about. So we just really need to think towards the future and not focus on the temporary pain right now of less available parking, and kind of orientate towards the future where we're emphasizing walking, biking, and transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Terrell?
Terrell, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to talk a little bit about the process that's been going on with this, because I think this is maybe sort of aggravating for some neighbors in the area, but it has been sitting dormant for I don't know, almost 3 years. So I hope the fact that they're sitting in front of you guys is their intent to move forward with it, because they have demoed the existing buildings and it's a vacant field right now. And it seems to be a good place where homeless like to hang out. But I would like to mention also that there is a huge sort of interstitial urban space right there in the corner. And it's a park that was developed during the flooding in the 80s. They routed all the water down into that park and washed out a lot of houses. And I think as a goodwill gesture, they made a park right there. And you can notice that a lot of multifamily houses are going in around this park, which I find pretty interesting. I love the materials on it. Nice work, Jeff. Maybe you could clarify for everybody what the market is for this housing projects, just so everybody's clear on that. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Are there any other people wishing to speak about this project?
Madam Chair, I do not see anyone else. And let me check email one more time.
Okay.
I do not see any comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission. So do we need any questions? Yes, Crystal.
Yeah, I have a question. And I wonder if it would be appropriate to ask for a clarification from our ballpark community council chair, Amy Hawkins. But if I'm hearing the concerns of the neighborhood, would they be alleviated if additional parking was listed as part of the modifications to this project? And is that something, and to Planning Commission, is that something we can do to the planning staff?
No. Short
No.
answer. Thank you. Sorry.
No, we can't do anything about the parking, because it meets the code.
So originally this project, and I think it still does, it has 25% affordable units, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And how does that, and is that, how is that kind of enforced or managed? I mean, it's kind of mentioned mildly in the last staff report, not really in this one. They made that commitment. Is that, how is that enforced or monitored? Because they're getting a parking reduction because of that, right?
They are getting a parking reduction because of that. That was part of the consideration for the parking reduction.
So who enforces that?
I don't have an answer on that. I'm hoping maybe Molly or Michaela. I know this came up on a previous project on, I think Nick addressed it previously on how do we enforce that requirement. So
Is that 80% AMI, or what's the number that it's at that they have to have 25% of units at?
I think it's the 80% AMI figure.
Is the owner of this project not the housing authority?
It is the housing authority.
Yes, so wouldn't they kind of enforce it themselves? Isn't that their job?
It's their goal and their mission to provide it, to their tenants. I actually don't know the actual numbers. It's 3 years ago this one took place, so it really would be the housing authority that would give you those numbers. But it was all decided, back 3 years ago, I thought. And so I really don't have the numbers off the top of my head. But they're very good about, providing that. That's their whole mission and goal, is to provide that sort of housing.
But we don't know what it is today, or whether that's changed.
No, it has not changed. It definitely has not changed. The units are the same. the parking's it still meets all the parking requirements. It meets all the codes.
Didn't you say you removed some units though, and you decreased some of the size of some units and turned some bedrooms into one bedrooms and studios? I mean, did that impact at all?
No, we went from 55 units, I believe, to 54 units. And we reduced some 3 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms, but we still meet all the same requirements. Parking meets the same, the footprint and the actual footprint has hardly even changed at all. The square footage is exactly the same. It's still 4 stories. If you look at the original floor plan, it almost looks identical, other than a lobby. But I did want to comment that the lobby is very grand. We have a huge bike storage with an indoor bike wash in the lobby off the side to where the mailboxes are. There's 2 unisex bathrooms in this lobby. It's literally 22 feet by 20 feet wide. It's a fairly significant lobby to the west that we added. But to answer your question, no, the units are only off by a change of 1, but it hasn't affected the parking in any way.
Or the affordable rate?
Not at all. No, it's going to all be the same. Yeah. So what you guys agreed to 3 years ago is exactly the same. The only thing we're doing today is changing the materials and adding the entrance like was required by you guys back 3 years ago, was to add the entrance and 10% of the floor space to the site. So we added the 10% to the site, which changed the site slightly. We added the entrance to the front, which changed the elevations and the materials. And now we're just checking on the materials and the look of the building, which we think is an improvement.
This is Michaela. I apologize for being quiet on the exact mechanism.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking at that right now, so. Let me see.
I'm actually looking at the previous,
I'm David Gellner. I was looking at the previous approval. The parking on the previous one, the original approval provided for 19 parking spaces. And with the 54 units that were originally proposed and the reductions from the quarter mile from a fixed transit development, et cetera, the total requirement back in the original approval was 14 spaces, and they were providing 19.
Right. I mean, the unique thing about this project is that you have the parking numbers kind of overlapped in 2 categories. First, they get 50% cut off because they're near a public transit spot. And they get another 50% off of that because they're providing affordable units. So it's not just like, it's actually a huge reduction in what you would normally have because they've stacked on as a multiple two cuts. And we can't do a whole lot, I mean, or anything in that parking sort of deal, with the exception of just confirming that they still meet those standards, because they would still need to meet within location to tracks, which they do. And if they still meet the 25% affordable, then the parking is what it is, and there's nothing we can do about it. But that's why I'm asking, do they still meet the affordable rate? Because it's stacking in a multiplier. It's not just like a one-time thing, it's a multiplier. And so they need to be meeting it.
But if the requirements in the approval from the initially,
But-
then they have to meet it. I guess I don't understand why that's an issue for us with respect to the proposed modifications.
There's just very little about the number of units or what's listed and how much they're doing, and I want to make sure the modifications that came here did not change that.
They really didn't. We're at 54 units. I believe it was at 55 originally. We went from 19 parking spaces to 24 parking spaces. So we have more parking. If it was 19 in 2017, I know we have 24 now. So we've actually gone up parking spaces.
We can move on. And if Michaela finds how it's enforced or just monitored, checked, that's great. Otherwise, we can move on.
Okay.
all right. Moving on. Let us, is there anyone who wishes to, any additional Discussion. Can I ask for someone to make? Can anyone make a motion? No one wants to make a
I'll make a
motion.
motion.
Thank you, Adrian.
Based on the findings and analysis in the staff report, testimony, and discussion at the public hearing, I move that the planning commission approve the requested modifications to the previously approved design for the Book Cliffs Apartments located at approximately 1159 Southwest Temple, conditional building and site design review petition PLN PCM 2017-00708 as proposed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Adrian and a second from Maureen. So we'll start with Maureen.
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Crystal?
I'm gonna vote no, even though it doesn't mean anything, but I just want to reiterate that I think the questions around this project speak to the importance of what Amy brought up before about a master plan for this area.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair,
we have 6 for and 1 against. So the motion passes. Yes, Michaela?
I'm looking at the code.
Yes?
And the ordinance doesn't really say. And that's a problem with tying affordable housing to parking. But they need to provide us evidence that they're affordable units. And once they do, that parking requirement is reduced and it becomes the standard for that development. And that parking can't be reduced any further.
Okay, so what does that mean? I'm confused.
That if these affordable housing units that are proposed,
Yes.
they meet the current code right now with the reductions applied. They've proven that. They need to prove to the city that these are affordable units. The project gets approved, the project is built, and it's considered compliant.
Okay. Thank you.
But if they don't follow that 5 years in the future, there's nothing really, someone else buys it.
Right. If
There's
they
no-
become market rate later, that site is considered compliant with no further reductions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Probably addressed at some point.
We have already adjudicated this one, so we are going to move on to the final item on our agenda. The Nunez ADU at approximately 1721 East, 2100 South. Case number PLN PCM 2019-01053. And Aaron is our planner for this one. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Pardon me, I need to recuse myself due to a conflict of interest, so I'm going to sign off now.
Thank you, Adrian. We are, whoa, she signed off. Okay. We do have another agenda item, Adrian.
Oh, we do? All right.
Yes,
fine.
unfortunately,
I'll just step away. I'll come
we
back.
have the training, public meeting training. Okay.
Adrian, if you want to read the Open and Public Meetings Act on your own, it won't hurt my feelings if you leave. But
Is that all? I promise I'll do it.
I want to do that.
Do we all get that?
no,
I wanna do
no.
it.
It's a requirement to be trained. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes, I think we're ready. Thank you, Aaron.
No problem.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We're getting kind of punchy.
All right, we're almost done. Here's the last item before you have to do your thing. This petition is for conditional use is for a detached ADU in the rear yard of the existing single-family dwelling located at approximately 2721 East, 2100 South. The property is zoned FR3 12,000 Foothills Residential, and staff is recommending approval with conditions which are listed in the staff report. The proposed detached ADU will be located in the rear yard. The proposed floor area of the ADU will be approximately 352 square feet and will be approximately 14.5 feet tall. There may be an issue, this is what I want to point out, with the size of the deck as shown on these plans, which will be worked out prior to the applicant obtaining a building permit. They have submitted an administrative interpretation to figure out what size is allowed according to our code. It's a little bit confusingly worded. And the entry will face the rear facade of the primary single-family structure. The ADU will be clad with black vertical cedar siding that reflects the character of the primary structure, and proposed windows are similar in pattern and profile as the windows found on the principal structure. As I have noted in the staff report, we received several comments and questions via email and during the East Bench Community Council meeting expressing concerns about the project. We consider these issues when reviewing the project, and I'd be happy to address any of the issues listed in this slide at the end of the presentation if you have any concerns as well. This is the view of the project site from Scenic Drive. The proposed ADU will sit lower than ground level at Scenic Drive. In summary, the proposal generally meets all applicable standards except that, as we talked about, the size of the deck, and we're recommending approval of the conditional use. The deck will be figured out before they receive a building permit. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer questions, and Andrea Palmer is available as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Aaron?
Just walk through where the parking spot is for this and how residents are anticipated to access it.
Yeah, that's been a very common concern. The proposed parking space, can you see the hand? I know it's kind of hard.
Okay. We can see it.
The driveway, the code allows the space between the front property line and the existing parking area, in this case is a carport. This space here in the driveway is the permitted parking space. It's also allowed to be waived if there's public parking in front of the property, which there is, and if it's within a quarter mile of a bus stop, which it is. There have been questions about using Scenic Drive for parking. They can. There's nothing stopping the future occupant of the proposed ADU from using Scenic Drive for parking.
But it looks like there's steps being built up through the yard and back up to the ADU. There's no steps or path work being done between the ADU and Scenic Drive. Is that correct? There's no landscaping.
That's correct. That's not in these plans as
But
presented.
there's nothing stopping anyone later from building those steps or a pathway up there, is there?
Correct. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. They could do it now without the ADU.
Correct. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the applicant up. Andrea? Is it Andrea?
Hi, Andrea Palmer here, representing Ali and Jade Nunez in the ADU application for conditional use. I think Aaron covered it pretty well, so if you have any extra questions for me, I'm more than happy to help.
Thank you, Andrea. Appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, how is the tenants of this ADU gonna get to it? I mean, forget the parking, whatever. They'll park on Scenic, they'll park in this, they'll share the driveway where already 2 cars park in that thing, but how are they gonna get to their home?
I have had conversations with the homeowners. They do want to do some type of walkway access from Scenic Drive. would just be more efficient than coming through the front of the home and then all the way to the backyard.
So they expect these people to like move in with their furniture down stairways on this hillside? I mean, I'm just confused about how anybody's, we talk about this on other projects that you've brought forward too, is what's the pathway on the property that is delineated for the resident of this ADU? This isn't any different than the other projects we've talked about, but this one is so far back and on such a weird lot, it seems to be a little bit more pertinent. We have no idea.
Andrea?
It's gonna bushwhack their way back there, what?
Sorry, I was having a hard time with my mute button. Yeah, there is access between the driveway. I mean, yes, it is a bit of a hill, but there will be the stairs access. So moving might be a bit of an issue, but it will be doable.
I'm continually kind of frustrated with the renderings and the site plans you all provide. I can't remotely ascertain where this pathway is and where the people are going to be moving to this unit. And we've brought this up to you before as well, that we're not getting really good site plans from you guys with the amount of work that you do to show us the details on the site. And this would be another example. Like, just telling me there's a pathway is great, but I can't see where it is. I can't see how you want them to flow. And yeah, I don't think this is adequate.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd say that all the information's here. The issue is that it's all on one plan. I've seen them separated with the elevation plan and you have all the lines but it meets the standards and we were able to interpret it. Staff was able to use it, but I apologize for not cleaning it up.
So partly I'm tired, so I may be coming across as a little bit more cranky, but I also feel like this is an ongoing concern that we've expressed and verbalized more than once, not only us, but also the community. So I don't see any any response from Modal in making these better. So it's a combination of I'm a little tired and I'm also a little frustrated that we continue to get this level of renderings and site plans from you.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm more than happy to discuss that with our architectural team and trying to make these plans more detailed. We were previously turning in renderings of the product specifics, but Planning Commission had previously requested if we turned in renderings that they be site specific. And unfortunately, we have so many projects, it's just not the most cost-efficient way to turn in the renderings. So I'm more than happy to turn them in to give an overall idea of what the building itself would look like, and then also make adjustments on ensuring that the site plans are a lot more readable and you can definitely see the access path to the ADU moving forward.
That would be nice. Thank you, Andrea.
No problem.
How far is the ADU from Scenic Drive?
It's about 20 feet from the property line, and then there's additional, say, 10 feet to the curb. So 30-something feet from Scenic Drive.
We don't have a section that shows this site, which is the only important drawing that you really need to understand. Is this, first of all, what are these contour lines? Are they 1 foot, 2 foot? What are they?
They're 1 foot.
Okay. And how far above the existing single-family home does this ADU sit?
You know, I haven't looked at that. 10.
It looks like it's about, if there's a 1 foot contours, they look like it's maybe 25 feet. So you're going to be able to see this from?
No. Scenic Drive, no. It sits lower, as I said, it sits lower than Scenic Drive.
Not from Scenic Drive, but above the single-family house, the existing house.
The existing house sits pretty high above 21st South as well. If you, I don't have a photo here. You can see it's a long ways down. And 21st South, this is the home in question. And you can't see anything behind this property anyway.
I'm sorry, where's the home in question?
Right here. Can you see my
Okay,
hand?
yes. I can see a long way from this, if this is where the, if you're standing where it is.
If you take a look at the power pole over to the left,
yeah,
that's approximately right next to where the modal will be placed. They're getting that power pole removed with Rocky Mountain Power.
So why isn't there an access point to the ADU from Scenic Drive rather than them having to park on 21st, walk through the yard, and it just feels really awkward.
There was a lot of pushback from the community on parking and on Scenic, so we really tried to work with the homeowners to avoid that. I do agree that it makes more sense to have parking on Scenic with a pathway down to the ADU, but that was kind of the approach we took after speaking with the community about it.
And this sits on that second lot, not the primary lot, isn't that correct?
Yeah, these lots were consolidated this summer.
Okay.
It just hasn't shown up in most systems.
Okay, I think we have enough information to open a public hearing. Did we do that already? No, we didn't do that already. Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Yes.
Okay, it looks like we have a number of hands up here.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with Terrell.
Terrell?
Terrell? Sorry.
Terrell?
Terrell?
Hands up here. Okay, now start with Terrell. Terrell? Terrell? Sorry.
I hear some feedback. He disappeared.
Okay.
Okay.
Elinda?
Elinda.
Where?
Yes, we're here.
Okay,
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, I'm speaking, there's two of us here.
Okay, can you give us your names, please,
Yeah,
for the
my name-
record?
My name is Ray.
First and last name, please.
Ray Levy. And we are the home directly opposite where this ADU is being proposed. And I do have some issues, especially after listening to some of the comments that were just made by the person who I think is interested in having the ADU when they said that they've talked to the homeowners. I can vouch that I know we've never been spoken to, and I can vouch that probably the residents directly on either side of us have not been spoken to about the Scenic Drive idea. And there does seem to be a severe inconsistency in the documents. And specifically, this comes up in criteria number 5, the access points, which is on the detrimental effects determination form. And it mentions that at one point, the ADU proponent was mentioning, yes, that they did want to park on Scenic Drive and that they were interested in putting some type of structure up there. And then in the same line, it says, but they never followed through with that. In other parts of the other documents, it said that it would be required. So I guess I have a severe concern that what's being proposed is, and now spoken about, is different than what's being proposed. And it's unclear that there would be a second hearing if required to now have access on Scenic Drive. So can somebody kindly bring clarity to this issue? Because it seems very confusing. And if you have walked out there, and I appreciate that one of you counted on the contour lines. Yes, going back to your original idea, there's quite a bit of terrain here. This is a very steep area where the safety is coming. And it does seem odd about the whole parking situation. So let me stick to my point. Criteria 5 on the detrimental effects determination. Can you please address that issue?
Thank you.
Time.
All right. Was there someone else there who wished to speak? Okay. David Platt? Or Zachary? David
can you hear
Platt?
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. My name is David Platt. I am a resident of Scenic Drive, directly behind where the ADU is to be placed. I'm the neighbors to the north of Ray, who you just heard from. I just wanted to express similar concerns around access and parking. Also verifying that I have not been contacted by anyone related to this project. Although I did reach out to Aaron and ask a few questions, some of which I feel like I didn't get complete or consistent answers to, and those are specific to accessing the property. And my concerns with that are, one, there's nothing represented on these plans for consideration for how that access would be created. That is an extremely steep area. It's not a particularly friendly area for access to anything. And if this unit is in fact suggesting that it will be lower than street level, and it's 14.5 feet tall, that means someone's going to be traveling down roughly 20 feet from the street level down to the property, down a very, very steep slope. Also, it seems like there was a little bit of a misrepresentation earlier. I think the property line is roughly 20 feet from the curb at Scenic, and then another 20-foot setback. So you're talking about a pretty considerable distance there. Once you start parking cars on Scenic, which we frequently have in evenings and on the weekends for people trying to access the trails and walking their dogs, you're going to start to see an impeded flow of traffic. And this is more important during regular living hours, when the garbage trucks, when home delivery, when the street plows, when they all have to go up and back down the full length of Scenic because there isn't a good way for them to turn around. That'll be continued to be impeded with additional traffic there. So I would just like to get some more clarification around what the owner's intention is for access from Scenic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try Zach again. Zach DeSalt?
Hey, yeah, I got unmuted last time, but I wasn't called on. So Zachary Dusalt, speaking in favor of the application. I'm in favor for this ADU for the same reason we're in favor of all ADUs. This is actually, there was a previous project on Scenic that got approved, I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago. So ADUs are not new to this area. I do share the concerns with the access from Scenic Drive. It sounds like the applicant originally wanted that and then was convinced to make the access through the other street access through the main home, as was illustrated on that site diagram. I think access from Scenic makes more sense. I don't know if access is required to be included in the site plan for an ADU. I mean, staff can correct me if I'm wrong with that. I think we're just talking about the ADU location and the parking and the associated impacts with that. And then after that's approved, the owner can do whatever they want with where they make paths. I mean, they can make a path through their backyard to Scenic Drive right now if they wanted to. They just couldn't put a building there. I think parking on street is, everyone keeps talking about it as a downside. I think it's a positive. It's a traffic calming device. It slows down cars. It prevents people from speeding in that area, and I'm in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Madam Chair, let me just check the email.
Okay.
I have one email to read into the record that I failed to put in your Dropbox until just recently, so I'm going to read it to you if that's okay.
Yes, Molly, go ahead.
Thank you. This is from J.A. Chytrust. I don't know if I pronounced the last name correctly, but we'll spell it correctly in the record. Hello, I am a direct neighbor to the proposed ADU and would like to express my concerns. The ADU would be built into a steep hillside, affecting the ecological stability of the dirt, which would directly affect the residents below the ADU in case of a landslide. I am unaware of any ground studies that have been conducted to determine the slope versus erosion possibilities, the stability of the structure during an earthquake. We are on the Wasatch Fault after all, nor have plans for reparations to those affected below the proposed structure should there be a catastrophe such as a landslide or earthquake. I am further concerned regarding the location of where the occupants of the ADU will park. During a recent community council hearing, it was disclosed that the intended parking area is up on Scenic Drive, as the entrance to the structure will also be on Scenic. Scenic Drive, while somewhat wide, is not wide enough to be used as a parking station, especially if cars are parked on both sides of the street. If you drive down Scenic going east from 21st South, and if cars are parked on either side, vehicles must practically be in the middle of the road to pass. Additionally, parking on the west side of the street would impede the snowplows in the winter, possibly making it impossible for the road to be adequately cleared and made safe for the residents who live there. The only other alternative is for the proposed residents to park on the very steeply sloped 21st South, which can be precarious in the best of times and potentially dangerous to car and property during winter. I am not in favor of ADUs in my neighborhood, as I find them in direct opposition to the established single-dwelling home status that makes up a neighborhood. However, my disagreement with the city forcing our acceptance of more housing units in locations not zoned for such is in no way related to the future issues that could arise based on the location of the proposed ADU. The potential for erosion and landslides, collapse during an earthquake or other natural disaster, and parking issues lead me to believe that this ADU is not the best interest of the neighborhood, the city, or the landowners as a whole. Thank you for your attention to my concerns.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other further public comment?
There are no other emailed comments.
No.
And
Okay.
Michaela, I see Elinda
That was
raised their hand. I know they had a couple of people on the same line. Do we want to accept
yes, if
comments if it's from another person on the same line?
yes, we do. If they want to speak, if it's another person. Because
I'm sorry.
Hello,
right.
yes, this is Elinda McKenna.
Yes,
go ahead,
Elinda.
Elinda. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if we could get back. So
Yes.
I am not fundamentally opposed to ADUs in this neighborhood or other neighborhoods, but I am concerned also with the hillside stability and understanding better what sort of engineering tests will be done, what sort of engineering will be built into the structure to prevent it from either sliding down the hill or having other issues associated with that. And my final concern is about parking. When you head north or eastish on Scenic Drive, the garbage trucks, the snow plows, and any other large truck must back down back to 2100 South. There is no facility to turn around anything larger than maybe a large van. And so what the garbage trucks will not be able to, depending on the type of traffic we have on the street, we already have some issues with that. So from a service aspect of parking on Scenic Drive, whether you park on the right or left side of the street, it doesn't really matter. It will be an impediment to the city services that we receive, both with plows, garbage, the street sweepers that come through. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I don't see any other, anyone else who wishes to speak. So I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion.
My point of view on this one would be I'm generally all in favor of ADUs and what they bring to our community, but I'm struggling with if this one makes sense. I could get to a yes if the access point was on Scenic Drive and there was parking in the yard. But without that, it just feels like we're forcing something somewhere that doesn't quite make sense.
I don't know if I don't know if it makes sense to require access on the scenic drive because the length of the lot. My question one, I mean, I assume the city engineer has to review this for make sure that it's not going to slide down the hill.
That is,
Absolutely.
Building services will.
Building services will.
yeah, the building code.
So we'll have to go through that before it gets constructed. And then my second question for staff is that in the standards, we talk about height of the property and it not exceeding, that height, I assume, is from established grade of the point of where the structure is, not the established grade of where the primary structure starts. Is that correct?
That's correct. You mean of the ADU
Yeah,
rather
let's start
than?
where the ADU is built, not where the primary structure is built, because this is clearly going to be above the house.
Right.
Correct.
You're correct. You're correct.
So we don't actually have a section that shows us the ADU in relationship to the house in terms of how it sits on this property. And I think this is actually, for me, a primary issue, because if it's sitting way above the house, then it is, I think, not necessarily in violation of it's certainly in violation of the spirit of, I think, an ADU being sort of tucked behind and lower in level.
I mean, for me, I mean, part of my problem with putting access off Scenic Drive is it feels like another house that is being built like off of Scenic Drive rather than an ADU. And so I would promote or agree with access off Scenic Drive for that reason. I mean, I have kind of gone back and forth and weighed this problem where, not really a problem, I shouldn't say, but like, you know, we do have access off alleys into ADUs, but they still feel like the back of a yard when you're accessing off Scenic Drive as a primary street. And so it feels like an additional, like a new house practically rather than an actual accessory dwelling unit. Whether or not that matters or not in relation to the standards, I don't know. But
And also, if it's actually on Scenic Drive in a way that seems to make it seem like it's on Scenic Drive, it's got an absolutely flat rear facing facade that has no windows or anything on it. I mean, it's basically going to look like a little brown box sitting there.
It sits lower than ground level of Scenic Drive, and the elevations show it's 20 feet up from the house.
it doesn't mean you're not going to see it when you look out across the
Yeah,
field.
you definitely
Like
see it.
foothills or any of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you'll definitely see it.
And I'm not really sure what standard you want to place that under.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, I guess I mean, only thing I think, never mind, my thought ran dead. Sorry.
All right.
So, I mean, I guess we have standard 4, the mass, scale, style, design, and architectural dealing of the surrounding structures as they relate to the proposed property has been considered. Like the scale of the proposal will be compatible with the main house on the property and meets the footprint and height requirements for an ADU. And that's, I guess, Brenda, where your concern may fall.
Yep.
Is it really compatible? I don't know the answer to that, but it seems like that's the most
potential
appropriate standard for what you articulated. I mean, I think the hardest part is we can't regulate if the person in this ADU or people want to park on Scenic Drive because it's a public road. We can have a parking space available for them elsewhere, but we can't dictate that that's what they use.
I mean, under the detrimental effects, there are a few things that you could probably tie into that if they're to say that they could not access the ADU off of Scenic Drive. If that's the issue that we're
Yeah,
trying
I
to
mean,
do.
I think the only way a person, well, just thinking if it were me, would park on Scenic Drive is if I had access to my ADU from there, given that I don't really understand how the access will happen from 21st South. So yeah, if we can regulate,
I
or
mean,
if we can kind of condition that, then it would be, then it would, like, nobody would want to park on Scenic because then you'd have to bushwhack down the hill. So what would be the
And
point?
I think detrimental effect 5 and maybe 6 would apply enough that we could say that the ADU cannot have direct access off of Scenic Drive. I think that's a condition of approval.
I agree with that. It really fits into 6 really well.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to jump in and say, you know, there's 3-story walk-ups that don't have elevator access, and you carry a couch up 3 stories. I've done that before. And I think it's up to the person renting the house or the ADU to make the decision if they're willing to do that. I don't think it's our judgment on what we would do. It would be what they would decide to rent for. So I don't think having a longer walkway to get to the unit is a problem. If Scenic Drive seems to be an issue for everyone, I think this is actually a good solution for a double frontage lot that's difficult to build on. When if you were to try to build a house there per se, it doesn't really fit. But this gives you an opportunity to add another living unit on a double frontage lot, which is tricky. And I've dealt with those in the past, and I think it's actually a good solution to allow something like this if aesthetically it works with the neighborhood.
Do you think that it works aesthetically, John?
That's where my question comes in. I do agree the fact with a flat face facing the street is not ideal. If you were to have the entrance off Scenic Drive, I think the building should be rotated to the front that faces Scenic Drive instead of facing away.
Okay. Planning Commission, commissioners? What's your pleasure?
I'm struggling to find grounds for which we can deny this petition based on our standards of, I would like to deny it. But based on our standards of conditional uses, I'm struggling to find, and I'm pretty good at finding one if I want to, but I'm struggling with this one to find one. So unless someone else has found one that they feel like make an argument on why we can deny this conditional use. For the neighborhood in the audience, and we've talked about several times, that conditional uses must be approved if we can mitigate detrimental effects. We don't have the ability to deny them outright. It's not.
Well, one thing that we could do is to ask the applicant to move the ADU closer to the main house and down the slope so that the temptation to park on the street above, on Scenic Drive above, and the view from Scenic Drive above is not impacted nearly as much. There's plenty of room on this site to move it down the hill.
Would also delineate
bit.
a pathway from 21st South help of like how
Yes, and
intend them to access it. I think
There is a pathway on the plans. I think we just put as a condition of approval that the property will not be accessed by Scenic Drive. I mean, because if they do develop those stairs up to Scenic Drive and a parking spot up at the top of Scenic Drive, that condition can be revoked, which means the unit cannot be occupied.
I think that's a good, that's a way to mitigate that detrimental impact, which is what our role is. So, yeah.
Well, but they can create that pathway without, I mean, that's
But if
their
we're
right.
conditioning that, if we're conditioning that as a condition of approval of the ADU, they can't create it.
I mean, to Matt's original question, couldn't we just say the use is incompatible with the surrounding area of an ADU in this spot? I mean, it just seems like we're really stretching to try to make this work.
No, I think our role, Crystal, is we've identified a detrimental impact based on the standards, and our role is to mitigate that detrimental impact. If there was zero way to mitigate it, then I think that's where our standing comes in to say no, but we obviously have ways to mitigate the detrimental impacts we've and the community have identified.
I mean, it's a residential unit or residential lot.
But I don't understand why this is any different. I mean, yes, the neighbors object, but the neighbors object all the time. Why is this such a detrimental impact to the street? I mean, yes, we have much narrower streets that we put ADUs on, and without, you know, this is in order to be consistent. I don't know how you can say we don't want them parking up there. It's a public parkable street.
Right. So I guess, I mean, that's a good point, Brenda. I think Scenic Drive, though, because it dead ends, and you can't turn around, you're not connecting to anything else, is a consideration for me. And while I said this before, we can't stop anyone from parking on Scenic Drive. If we can help mitigate, though, the access to this ADU to discourage.
We just approved.
Drive, I'm good with that, but
we just approved an ADU on Scenic Drive.
It's a double frontage lot. That's what I think makes it different. Because you could flip this around, it could be the front. Maybe we should. I mean, what I would say what makes it different is that it's a double frontage lot on two streets.
Can I ask for some clarity on what exactly we're trying to mitigate?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Please.
Anybody want to?
I'm getting a bit confused.
Anybody want to work on that? I mean, I think one of the things that we were thinking about was the traffic issue on
No, I'm reading
Drive.
I'm reading number 5 under detrimental effects. Access points and driveways are designed to minimize grading and natural topography, direct vehicle traffic on major streets, and not impede traffic flows. And the staff report says that it complies, and when reading it, it's because it's talking about how the property will be accessed off 21st South. And I guess what I'm proposing, maybe I'll just make a motion to move this forward, is basically just reinforcing what the staff report is saying, that the property will be accessed off 21st South, because that's what the staff report says. But that it complies because of that. I mean, otherwise you're coming down the hill and it's just a weird lot in a weird spot.
Go ahead and make that.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Specific on what you mean by access.
Foot access, sure, I'll do it.
Full, like.
Foot, yeah.
Access.
So, let's see. Based on the information listed in the staff report, the information presented, the input received in the public hearing, move the commission approve the request for conditional use for an accessory dwelling unit at 2721 East, 200 South, as presented in petition PLN PCM 2019-01053, with the conditions listed in the staff report, and adding a condition that footpaths and foot traffic is not added between the ADU and Scenic Drive.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Matt and a second by Amy. Okay. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Adrian's not doing this. John?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Crystal?
No.
There you go. Okay. We have 5 in favor and 1 nay, and the motion passes. Thank you all very much. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for.
Who wants to have
Paul?
some fun?
Paul, it's all yours. Do we get to play a game?
You know,
A
for
quiz?
years I've been thinking about like creating some sort of animated presentation, but I'm just not that smart. Maybe I can hire a kid to make a cartoon that'll teach the Open and Public Meetings Act. I need the ball.
You'll have to ask Michaela.
Kayla.
Excuse me. Ball is coming right to you. Oh, your name keeps popping up. Okay, there you go. The ball is in your court, literally.
All right, Microsoft Word. I asked Marlene to put this in the Dropbox so that you can all follow along if you want, or, you know, read it occasionally when you have difficulty falling asleep. We are required annually to give training to public bodies on the Open Public Meetings Act, those entities that are that have public meetings and make decisions. So here we are. And of course, as is my normal thing, we've waited until the last possible meeting of the year to do this. Otherwise, I would go to jail. The purpose statement of the Open and Public Meetings Act makes it clear that there is a policy that the legislature has adopted that the work that we do is conducted in the open so that the public can have confidence that the things that those who are doing their work for them it is being done in a way that comports with the law. There are, I'm sure, plenty of examples that we could point to of public entities that do not follow the Open and Public Meetings Act, or groups that try to skirt it. Let's not be those people. As I mentioned, it's an annual requirement. Let's talk about what a meeting is. The meeting, as defined by the Open and Public Meetings Act, and please forgive me if this is not exciting, but these are important things, and I try to hit the highlights instead of giving you the whole code. Meeting means the convening of a public body or specified body with a quorum present, including a workshop or an executive session, whether in person or by means of electronic communications, for the purpose of discussing, receiving comments from the public about, or acting upon a matter over which the public body or specific body has jurisdiction or advisory power. So essentially, when we gather to talk about the specific applications that are in front of us, if we were to have a get together, as I understand, in the before times, a commissioner hosted a holiday party at their house. That is not a meeting, because you are presumably not talking about the things that you have charge over. As you'll see, a meeting does not mean a chance gathering or a social gathering. At the same time, you are not to have a social gathering to try to circumvent purposes of the Public Meetings Act. The Open Public Meetings says that public meetings are open to the public. Sounded like Austin Powers for a minute. And generally, going into a closed meeting is an extremely rare event for the Planning Commission. I know a few of you have been here for a number of years, have seen us go into a closed meeting. The only time that we have done so is to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. But again, all should be done in the public, particularly all decisions. Technical stuff, notice meetings, include the agenda, date, time, place. Right now, that place is wherever you happen to be on the other side of this web meeting. We'll talk about that later.
Is anyone else having trouble hearing Paul?
Yes, I was just going to say the same thing if it was me or if it was Paul. It's very garbled.
Yeah, it's Paul. You
Can
need
you
to spit.
maybe turn off your video? It may help your audio be more smooth.
Yeah, nothing. Just I have so many patients. I'll be there. Can you hear me now?
I can't. Not really. We can hear you. It's just very garbled.
Okay. While I'm sharing, I don't know how to turn my video off. Give me a second.
I actually think it's your internet connection because you're also choppy in the video. Yeah, for me you are.
I'm so sorry. I'm on the.
Try hovering over the bottom of your screen in the WebEx.
Give me just a second.
Oh God, really?
Sorry. I'm gonna have to unshare for a second. Sorry. Oh wait, no, stop video. That's up at the top. Okay.
Maybe one of us can share it. If you put it in the Dropbox, can one of us share it?
Is it better now?
It's in the Dropbox. I have it up in front of me.
Yeah, it's better, Paul. You're better. We can hear you better
Sorry,
now.
I turned the video off.
Okay, there you go.
Apologies. All right. Okay. The notice of the meeting, we talked about that. Generally, we're supposed to give 24 hours of notice of a public meeting. However, under the provisions of city code, we are required to give 12 days notice on hearings, public hearings on land use applications. So there are a few things we can still put on an agenda less than 12 days in advance. Voting for officers and whatnot, just not land use hearings, and that's dictated by Salt Lake City Code. The agendas must provide reasonable specificity as to what topics we're going to be discussing and considering at the meetings. Too much specificity can sometimes be a problem, and too little specificity can sometimes be a problem. We want to give the public reasonable notice of what we'll be talking about. Because that's only fair, right? Okay, so what can you talk about at a public meeting? You can talk about those things that are on the agenda, and only those things that are on the agenda, unless a member of the public raises an issue of something that's not on the agenda. And in the discretion of the chair, you may discuss the item to some reasonable extent, but you cannot take any action on something that is not on the agenda. It doesn't happen all that often, but it does.
Happened today.
A little bit, yeah. Try to keep that in mind moving forward. I think that there's on the issue of master plans, I think there's some discretion there because the master plan drives these things, and I think a member of the public raised the issue. Anyways,
They did.
public minutes of the meetings. The idea behind the minutes of the meetings is that we're keeping a record. It doesn't have to be verbatim, but give some substance of what occurred at the meeting, a list of those who attended, date, time, place, those kinds of things, and a record of the votes taken by each member. That's why we do individual voice votes. When we approve the meeting minutes at the subsequent meeting, we don't get to rewrite history. If the meeting minutes are accurate, then we should approve. If you weren't there, then abstain. Closed minutes. Again, this doesn't happen very often, but it has happened a few times while I've been working with the Planning Commission. The things, there's a much longer list than what's provided here. The things that you can go into a closed meeting for generally are to discuss the character, professional competence, physical, mental health of an individual. That seems unlikely. In almost any foreseeable case involving the Planning Commission, it would be pending or reasonably imminent litigation. The 3 times that we have gone into a closed meeting in the 12.5 years that I've been with the city, all 3 of those were to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. City Council talks about acquisition of real property all the time. They go into closed meetings for that. Otherwise, not a lot of reason to do that. If we do have occasion to go into a closed meeting, we can only do so by 2/3 vote of the members who are present, and this reason for going into the closed meeting must be specified, and it must be one of those qualifying provisions. You cannot take action in a closed meeting. Minutes and a recording of the closed meeting are kept, but they are segregated from the rest of the meeting's minutes and recording, and they are not subject to grandma. Electronic meetings. Without boring you too much about how I feel about this, this is the one thing that has changed in the Open Public Meetings Act in 2020, and it was done during the 5th special session of the legislature, which wasn't even the last session of the legislature this year. You'll see the underlined information here is the new text, and this is the basis for us to be able to conduct these meetings remotely. You'll note in subsection 4 there that we may hold these meetings remotely if the chair of the public body, in this case, Chair Scheer, reads a statement with these specific findings that meeting in person at an anchor location would present a substantial risk and all the other things that were read. We only have to do this every 30 days. I'm not sure what the rationale for that is, other than to not allow this authorization to hang out there too long, but that finding of the chairperson is good for 30 days. Again, if you've heard this presentation in the years past, and most of you should have, you'll know that this is all recycled material. The act doesn't really provide an affirmative provision on removal of people from removal of disruptive people from meetings. It provides sort of a negative implied set of verbiage that says that a public body is not prohibited from removing a disruptive person from a meeting. That's become really easy with these WebEx meetings where if somebody was being disruptive, and there are some limitations to that, but we've all read about or seen examples of things that have happened with these meetings where either somebody who's not supposed to be in the meeting displays inappropriate images, or they say inappropriate things, and that has happened at the city council in recent meetings. We can just mute them. We can just turn them off. Although I understand with some things that have happened out there, it's not that easy sometimes with Zoom and other formats, and they have to shut down a meeting immediately. I think we're fortunate in the way that we have WebEx segregated into panelists and attendees. We're able to control the situation pretty well. And again, the consequences of violating the open meetings law, I've never seen anybody charged with this, but it can be a Class B misdemeanor. And I think that would only happen in a circumstance where members of a public body were willingly and egregiously violating the act.
I mean, like if they posted a bunch of, if they were texting each other behind the scenes and things like that?
Well, that's a good question. That's actually not prohibited. I think I mentioned this a year or two ago that the legislature adopted this. The final product was a little bit strange looking. There was a provision in the act that says, again, it's negative language where it says it's okay for members of a public body to text each other after a meeting's over. And it doesn't say anything about you being prohibited from doing that during a meeting. But the way that the bill started out, it did say that members are not allowed to text during a meeting, and they went through public hearings and all the conversations and fights and debates that they have, and they took that language out. But it's important to keep in mind that we've had a really good bad example recently with the Salt Lake City School Board on what can happen if you are texting each other during a meeting, and those texts may be subject to disclosure under GRAMA, the Governmental Records Access and Management Act. There, I did it. And those texts could be embarrassing, and we saw that with the school board. So I would caution you against that. Now, here's the problem, and that is if you are having conversations as a group, either by email or text or whatever, that could be considered the convening of a public meeting because you are present electronically having a conversation about a matter over which you have authority to provide a recommendation or a decision. So I would strongly caution you against having side conversations in whatever electronic format about something that's within your scope to decide upon. Now, if after this meeting you all wanted to send a group email around and said something about, hey, did you notice that David Gellner's doorbell was ringing during his presentation? That would be okay. That wouldn't bother me at all. But if there were a conversation about, oh, hey, next month's meeting we're going to have this application over in this particular area, and this is a bad developer, and we should deny it, then that's going to be a problem. But thank you for asking the question about texting during meetings. The school board situation recently, I think, made that concern that a lot of people in my orbit have had a real thing. With that, if there are any other questions, I know that this has been a long meeting and everybody's tired.
I do have a quick question. If, say we wanted to have a discussion about how to promote better design in our city, how would we go about, would that be an agenda item or is that something that we could bring up? What's the right channel to do something like that? Or to say, talk about the master plan from earlier tonight as just a discussion?
Sure. So if that's what you want to do, because it was raised tonight, I think the appropriate thing would be to ask staff, particularly management, if that's something that we could put on a future meeting's agenda to have just as a discussion item about something that we might like to pursue a text or a plan amendment. I think that's perfectly fine.
So if, say, John and I decided that we would like to talk about how we can get, with the staff, about how we can get, different kinds of designs coming down than the ones we're getting, that would also be something we would talk with Nick or Molly about and put it on our agenda.
Sure, and you could send them an email, and I don't know for sure, but I assume that you're still having occasional meetings with chair, vice chair.
Yes, yes, we are.
Management. Those are the kinds of things that you could raise in those conversations and say, hey, there's been some interest expressed about discussing some design things. Can we put this on an agenda?
But John and I can talk that over between the two of us,
You and
right?
John can certainly talk about that, particularly because there's not a specific proposal that's on the table that you're discussing, and it's something.
Okay.
And it's just two of you. You would like to have a conversation.
Right. Okie dokie.
I would love to have that conversation as a planning commission.
Okay.
I think staff and management are hearing you tonight.
They're on. You're in on the cabal.
We hear you. We hear you.
Well, can I just request that will this get moved out of this folder in Dropbox and put into the non-date specific folder so it still lives when this goes away?
The Public Meetings Act.
Yeah, Marlene put it in the December 9th folder and just take it out and put it in the regular Planning Commission folder so that it's easier to access in the future.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay. So are we trained, Paul?
I think you're trained. Can I just say something else that's not Public Meetings Act related?
I copied that file over to that main
Molly.
Planning Commission
Let me just say
packet.
that
So it's there.
the discussion that the commissioners had on the conditional use standards tonight shows to me that you are far more aware of how conditional uses work than 99% of the other cities in this state. It's amazing. We continue to have these conversations with the league about cities that struggle with understanding those standards. And so I applaud you for having such a fantastic grasp of what those standards are. And you really are a very easy planning commission to work with. So thank you for that.
I agree. Great group. Okay, I'm going to adjourn unless there's something else we all need to do. And I think we all need to go eat and drink and be merry. And I want everyone to have a wonderful, wonderful holiday if you can, but especially a wonderful new year. Hopefully we will all be in much better condition starting in 2021. I know I'm going to celebrate a great deal. So with the new year coming in. Okay.
Amen.
Okay.
Thanks.
You right now, how might your holidays be looking different this year?
Well, I might have to cook.
I typically
That's
work on
great local restaurants that want to do it for you.
I typically work. This year, I'm working in the Huntsman Cancer ICU during the day, and I may actually allocate the cooking to my husband during the day. And I'm working the weekend. I'll be working a little bit extra the nights to cover some of our COVID ICUs.
That sounds like a really busy day. Maybe I could cook dinner for you and put it on your porch.
I wouldn't burden you with that. I've got three rambunctious little boys.
You have 3?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 kids as well, but they are 4 to 14 and in between.
I have 3 to 13.
See, I do know that just that little slice of your life I can relate to.
Yeah, it's a little bit of chaos, but you know, they can be hands-on and we can hunker down and enjoy the holiday together.
It's unique that way, isn't it? It's giving our families a very focused time together, maybe new traditions.
That's true. And actually that's, I think, a bit of a silver lining is like the activities are no longer on the table and we have time to be quiet and spend time and laugh and play and be together.
I stocked up on puzzles.
Oh, that's great. My kids are just getting into puzzles and they're liking them.